Okay, we might get started. Because if we stand doing the prayer and acknowledgement, all that the gallery or people live streaming in are going to see is our waists down. So with respect, we
I'm not
may...
hearing you, Moira.
You're not hearing me?
No, what's going on?
Can you hear me, Peter? Can you hear me now, Peter? Daniel, Peter can't hear me.
Daniel, I got no volume here.
Sorry, folks, we'll just try and get Peter hooked up with volume. Can you hear me now, Peter? You are on mute at the moment. You might need to unmute yourself.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much. Just had a phone call, found the right button. All checked. Thank you.
Lovely.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I was just saying we might get started, but because we are all on Zoom, if we stay seated for the local government prayer and acknowledgement, because otherwise people will be seeing from our waists down, and it might be more respectful to stay seated rather than stand and just have that. So with that in mind, I would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional custodians of our beautiful lands and our surrounding waters, the Ramangeri and the Ngarrindjeri people. As a community, we recognise and we respect their cultural connection with the land and with the waters. Thank you.
Almighty God, we ask you to bless this council and allow it to be an agent of change to the people of the city and beyond, and prosper its deliberations to your honouring of your name and the welfare of the people to whom it serves.
Amen.
We gratefully acknowledge the men and women of the Navy, Army and Air Force who made the supreme sacrifice in the preservation of Australia's freedom and democracy. And we also proclaim our gratitude to those who have returned to us.
Thank you. We don't have any apologies or leaves of absence, but as I said before, we are trying to reconnect with Brian. He's going to reboot and hopefully be with us in about 5 minutes. He's got a dodgy connection. The adjourned or lying on the table, so we now move to item 5.1, which is minutes of the previous meeting. And the recommendation is that the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting held 28th of July be confirmed as true and accurate. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. And do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that?
No.
No. Councillor Henderson? No. Does anybody want to speak to it or have any questions relating to those minutes? No, if not, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Item 5.2, minutes of the previous special council meeting on the 12th of July. And the recommendation is that the minutes be confirmed as true and accurate. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hales. And seconded by Councillor Kemp. Do either of you want to speak to those minutes or have any questions? Does anybody have any questions in relation to those minutes? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? Those are carried, thank you. Welcome back, Brian. Councillor Littley. Can you hear me, Councillor Littley? Oh, he's just connecting to audio. All right. We do have a couple of deputations tonight. Our first deputation has postponed his deputation, but we have a deputation from Wade Sweet, who's the president of Mud and Tars Motorcycle Club, and also from Simon Grenfell, the executive officer of Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority. What I'll do is we'll have the deputation from the Mud and Tars Motorcycle Club, and then we will move to item 12.3, which is in relation to their lease and the public consultation for the motorcycle club. Once we've dealt with that, we'll come back and do the Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority deputation by Simon Grenfell, and then we will move to item 14.2 around their charter. So I'd like to, can you hear me now, Brian? Is Councillor Little around? He's dropped out again? Okay. Yep, I can see Wade Sweet. Welcome, Wade. Can you hear? You can hear me all right, and I can certainly hear you. The elected members, can you just give us the thumbs up if you can hear Wade? Yep, beautiful. Wade, you've got 10 minutes to talk in relation to your deputation, and that 10 minutes also includes any questions that any of the elected members may have for you. So welcome, and please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I firstly want to thank the Honourable Mayor Jenkins and the elected members for this opportunity. My name is Wade Sweet and I'm a local Victor Harbor resident and the president of the Mud and Tars Motorcycle Club. The Mud and Tars Motorcycle Club is a local sporting club that prides itself in providing a family-friendly, safe environment for people of all ages and gender to engage in all types of motorcycle riding and racing. We have a growing group of young riders that are passionate about their chosen sport, and we employ the services of a professional first care medical team at all of our events to assure that we're providing the safest possible environment for the riders. Our club was established in 1986 and we moved into our Day Road facility soon after. The Day Road facility houses our club rooms, as well as being the home of dirt track racing in South Australia. Our track at Day Road is currently the only track of its kind still operating in the state, which makes our annual SA Dirt Track Championship an event that attracts racers from all over the country. Our Day Road track is even mentioned in the World MotoGP champion Casey Stoner's autobiography. We also operate a motocross track out at Parawa and an enduro event at a local farming property for our members that enjoy the other aspects of riding. Our Mud and Tars Motorcycle Club are active in the community and have been raising funds for the Fleurieu Cancer Support Foundation since 2008. We run an annual road ride that tours the Fleurieu Peninsula, raising money and awareness for the Fleurieu Cancer Support Foundation and the work it does. We currently have raised approximately $115,000 for that group. I'm here today to ask you to consider our club's proposal and proceed to public consultation for a 10-year lease at our Day Road club rooms. Our previous lease agreements have been for 5-year terms. However, we feel securing a 5+5-year lease agreement is a necessary step for our club to grow into the future. With the security of longer lease terms, we'd like to make some much needed infrastructure upgrades to our current facilities. With the growing number of women in our sport, we feel it's now necessary to extend our club rooms to enable the addition of a women's toilet and change room. Our junior members are also very important to our club, and we plan to invest in more equipment and riding opportunities for them within the sport. Currently, 2 of our more senior members are undertaking coaching courses to gain more skills and accreditation to teach our junior riders. Our junior members not only learn how to ride a bike safely, but also lifelong skills such as maintaining their equipment and helping to contribute to a club. We would also like a dedicated first aid room to be included in our upgrades, and we'd also like to upgrade our outdoor lighting to assist in the running of our state title event as well as upgrade our water supply to our tanks. We have secured a water meter nearby, and we'd like to run that to our tanks to control dust in our racing events. Our proposal of a 5+5 year lease will hopefully see Mud & Tails strive into the future in our current location. I wish to sincerely thank the City of Victor Harbor for its continuing support of our club over the last 30 years. I thank you for this opportunity, and I'm open to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Wade, and congratulations on such a successful club. You do a lot of great work with young people, especially around the place. Do any of the elected members rather have any questions for Wade? Councillor Kemp and then Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Thanks, Wade, for that presentation. One of the things I'm looking at is your future with the emerging urban spread coming. It will come eventually where you're located.
Yes.
Are you looking towards communicating with council for a future land, for a future move when the gets to a point where the urban spread may impact noise on residents? So are you in conversations with the council at the moment to look at future-proofing the future?
Yeah, well, we have had conversations previously. We have asked the council to help us find a suitable location. Around 6 years ago, we did actually make an offer to purchase the property across from the Goole Airport. But the club actually spent quite a bit of money trying to make that happen, but there were issues with the dust near the airport, and that site was considered not appropriate for us.
So you haven't identified another location within the City of Victor Harbor further out?
Well, the old dump is somewhere we've considered before, which is out near King's Head. I think that has been suggested, and we did have some opposition to that site as well, due to neighbouring residents with noise issues regarding noise. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, mate. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll look. Hopefully, maybe we'll contact the council administration and see what's available.
Yeah. We're certainly open to moving if need be. I know most of the properties around our site at the moment are a minimum size of, I think, 3 to 5 acres, I believe. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, that the urban spread is definitely approaching. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Robertson, you had a question.
Yeah, Mayor, I think I might postpone my questions to the discussion of item 12.3, which I think is next, isn't it?
Yes, we will go to that when we've finished the deputation. Thank you. Do any of the other members have any questions or any comments for Wade? Councillor Charles?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Wade, I live in the current location, and I don't find it disturbing because you don't have meets all that often. It's something probably to explain to members. How often do you have your meets?
Well,
we're aware of it. We can hear it. Certainly no imposition. It's not a regular basis anyway.
Yeah, we generally have 6 a year plus 2 allocated for our state titles, so a maximum of 8. Generally only run 6 a year, and that's in total. We do also conduct noise level testing as well. The club has purchased its own noise level meter that complies with Motorcycling Australia, so we can conduct our own noise level testing as well.
Anyway, I'm not the nearest person to you, but for years, I've been here now since 2002, and I have no complaints whatsoever about what you do. I was going to say, though, maybe it's because it's an environmental thing with the old dump, but I'd like the council staff to maybe go put up a motion to consider and discover whether it's possible through the EPA to use that area, because I think it's a little bit, what's the word for it? It's a little bit lame that people could be complaining 6 to 8 times a year. In fact, most of the time, the houses that I know of are vacant. So
Yeah.
probably better to move in sooner rather than later on that location. I know it's very much a protected area because of environmentally, I don't think there's going to be much development there.
Yes.
It's unlikely that it's going to be sold for that. We did have a very much an environmental hotel put to us, or stay place, a bit like you see on the back of Kangaroo Island with little cabins and such, and a motel. And that really had to go under the microscope as to what it would be like, but that has never come to anything. But no, good work for what you do.
Oh, thank you.
You don't have your hand out like a lot of other clubs. You're actually putting your hand in your pocket and supporting.
Got 1 minute to go.
facilities.
Thank you.
No, I've said enough. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wade.
No worries. Thank you, Peter.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you very much, Wade. And in response to the dump question, I know that the EPA have put quite considerable restrictions on there when we've looked at using that site for other things. So yes, I'll ask the administration to follow that up with you. If we could now move to item 12.3, which is the lease renewal, public consultation for that for Mud and Tars. And if you've got a paper copy of your agenda, it's on page 264. I will do the recommendation en bloc. Yes, okay, just a moment. Wade, thank you very much for your deputation. You could probably watch the rest of this. Actually, you might want to stay in and listen to the debate if you'd like to.
Yes.
And then we'll say goodbye after we've finished this this item. So if
No
we
worries.
can keep Wade there, Karina, that would probably be good. So we'll do the recommendation en bloc, and would Councillor Robertson?
Please, can we do this not on block?
Certainly. So the first recommendation then is that council receive and note the lease renewal. Mud and Tars, would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Charles, and seconded Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to that or have any questions about that? No?
No.
Does anybody in the chamber have any questions about that item 1? No, I'll put that to the floor then. All those in favour? And those against? That recommendation 1 has been carried. The second recommendation is that council proceed to public consultation for the renewal of the current lease with the Mud and Tars Motorbike Club for the Day Road leased area for a term of 10 years. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, could I make an amendment or a variation to that recommendation, please?
Yes, you can vary it if you've got somebody who's happy to second the variation. No, oh, you're moving. You can move whatever you want. So if you want to move, what is the least time that you want to move?
I'd like to insert in the first few words of recommendation 2 that we put immediately between proceed and 2 public consultation.
We could do that. The concern that I would have in putting the word immediately is that it doesn't give Michelle or any of our communications staff, immediate might be tomorrow or next week, or
that would be marvellous. Tomorrow would be great.
The difficulty with tomorrow is that none of the communications work that needs to be done in order to go out for a public consultation would have actually been done. The staff have actually got to do the work that requires them to go out to the public consultation. They need to prepare the consultation papers. They need to do the work. Why do you want to have that in there?
On this, you'll notice on page 269 that the request for the renewal of the lease was provided by Mud and Tars in exactly 1 year ago, almost on 13th of July 2020. It's taken a year to get to the chamber. This is important because we're now at the end of July in this year, and the club may want to hold the South Australian Championships this year, which will just be a couple of months away. Anyone who knows anything about event management knows that you need to be able to get things done, organised months in advance to make successful events. And, we've got to go through this process of public consultation. I get that. But I think we ought to show some leg on this issue and not just have it like in recommendation 3, where we've got it on the never, that a further report be presented to council. Doesn't say when. Well, to me, I think we ought to show, some assistance, some real assistance to this club. Taken a year to get this to the chamber, and now we need to go out and get this public consultation done quickly so that this club can do its proper arrangements for setting up of the South Australian Dirt Track Racing Championships. Much look forward to event, and one that they need to give notice for if they're going to get interstate riders, who love to come here, would want to come. But we need to show that we're ready to do that. Their lease could be running out before that time. I think it's terrible. We're not showing enough concern about timing on this.
Perhaps.
That's why I'm putting in immediately, because you can put in another time. Like, what is the minimum time that it takes for the administration to put out a public consultation?
Well, this is what I can find out, but I'll also find out when does the lease run out, and perhaps Karen Rokoczynski, Kathy Hayter might know that. So Kathy may be able to answer when does the lease run out, and will they still be able to have the championships that they require if we go through public consultation at our normal time? Kathy,
Mayor,
sorry.
I might, Mayor, it's in the Mud and Tars request for the renewal of the 13th of July, and the lease agreement is due to expire on the 10th of November, just in a few months' time. The top of the page, second line, it says, lease agreement due to expire 10th of November 2021. So that question's answered. To what extent the real question to ask is, perhaps since Mr. Sweet is still on the line, is that are they going to hold the South Australian Dirt Championships? And what's the minimum time they need? Here we are, beginning of August, to be able to go out to the dirt track racing fraternity, say, yep, we're going to have the South Australian Championships here in Victor Harbor, and these are the dates.
We do have that scheduled for the 6th of November.
So the 6th of November. So, well, okay, the lease would still be valid, but you can see how close to the wire we've run.
Yep. Look, I can put that immediately in there, and if that loses, then we can go back to the original recommendation that it proceed to public consultation. I'll just ask the CEO how long it would take for the normal public consultation to go through its normal process. Can you tell me that, Victoria?
Yes, so public notification would go out in the papers either this week or next week, and then we have to follow Council's policy of public consultation, which requires us to undertake 21 days consultation for any public community land use agreement. So it's within 21 days after the notification is made.
Thank you. Did you hear that, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor. So if immediately can be within the next 6 to 8 weeks, so it's ready for the August-September council meeting, that will be great.
August-September council meeting. So as the CEO said,
August, but it'll make September.
As the CEO said, normally we would go to public consultation and a public notice would be put in the next Times newspaper, and then we would be in public consultation for 21 days after that. So whether you have the word immediate or whether you go with that recommendation as it stands does not make any difference whatsoever.
No, but otherwise, the way it reads now, Mayor, is that it could go on for another year before it goes to public consultation. It doesn't say. So all I'm asking you to make sure is that this public consultation is completed in time for a presentation to council in September.
Okay. So the recommendation now reads that council proceed immediately to public consultation for the renewal of the current lease with Mud and Tars Motorcycle Club for a term of 10 years. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. You've spoken to this, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Glasbrook, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. Look, I just want to offer my support to the Mud and Tars Motorcycle Club. They're a very long-established club in the town, and they've provided our community with a great service over the years. I'd just like to add that in relation to their potential having to move, I think that we need to support them in their current position. I think that most of the people who would have bought a house or built a house in that area would have done so, most of them would have done so after the club had been established. So they would be quite aware that that club is there, and they'd be quite aware of the very limited impact they have on those residents. So I just think they need our 100% support, and they certainly have mine. And yeah, that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak? Councillor Littley? You'll need to unmute. Councillor Littley, you're still on mute. We can't hear you. Karina, can you unmute him from this end? Oh, there we are. You should be okay now. You've got no speakers. You've got no mic. Can you turn your mic up on your computer? Dan will give you a ring and try and sort it out with you. I understand you said don't worry for this one. Is that right? Can you give me a
That's
thumbs
correct.
up?
That's what
Yeah.
he said.
I didn't hear him.
No, he's written it in a message.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing messages on this computer.
It's in the
All right.
chat.
So if we, yeah, but I've can't see. All right. So are there any other comments from anybody? Do you want to close the debate, Councillor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I just want to reiterate before, yeah, I support Mud and Tars having this 10-year lease, but also I think somewhere in the future we have to start planning for potentially they may move, they may not. They always remind me of the Edinburgh Air Force Base where they built, where no one was around many years ago. All the residents now complain about the aircraft out there. So I think we've got to be mindful of that, and to maintain this club to keep going, I think we need to start looking and planning for an alternative site. Whether they use it or not is their choice, depending on circumstances, but we should at least identify a site somewhere up further in the next few years, just to earmark it. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is no further discussion in relation to this, and no closing comment from Councillor Robertson, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Can you keep your hands up, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. The third recommendation is that a further report be presented to council for consideration and conclusion of the public consultation. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Charles. And seconded by Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Charles?
Yeah, just quickly to say that the noise that I hear from the ring road, and I'm quite a distance away from that, would far outweigh on a regular basis what I ever hear from that club. Trucks, motorbikes on the ring road. I don't know how a lot of people live there when the vehicles are travelling at high speed, 100 k's an hour. It's very, very noisy, and particularly when trucks are labouring up and down the hill. So that's a comment I would like to make. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to ask the forbearance of the CEO if it's either an amendment or whatever, but what I'd
And
like
is it
to
an
see-
amendment or is it a whatever, Councillor Robertson? What do you want to do?
Thank you, Mayor. Really helpful of you. Then I would like to make sure that this recommendation, actually, that it's not open-ended like it says here, that the report on the public consultation and the report on the granting of the lease be presented to the September Council for decision, not for just for consideration. I'm not sure how to amend that, but I think it should be definitive. It should be very clear cut, and that we're going to have a decision at the September Council on this facility, on this lease.
The public consultation goes through our public consultation policy. So that actually stipulates that it's 21 days. So when that 21 days is up, according to the policy, it will come to the next council meeting, and council will consider the public consultation that has been provided and make a decision in relation to that public consultation and what the public have said. So that's what that means. So it's
Yes,
the public. It's the public.
We also make a decision on whether the lease is to be.
Well, the decision is based on the consideration of the public consultation. So there is a decision that is going to be made. That's what that number 3 says. That a further report is presented to council for consideration. So that's the public consultation report at the conclusion of the public consultation. And then what happens is after that report, as it does every time, is presented to council, a decision is made depending on what that public consultation has come back with.
I'm interested, Mayor, in making sure that we come to a decision about this lease at the September council meeting. Can that be reflected in this recommendation number 3?
CEO, can you let me know whether or not the September council meeting, whether the public consultation would have been completed by then and the report be able to be brought back to the chamber by September?
Through the Mayor, we would be able to put it to the September meeting, but the administration are acutely aware and have a good working relationship with Mud and Tars. We're aware of their requirements for their competition, and if we could, we'd try and get it to the August meeting. But if you want to confine us to only get it to the September meeting, I'm happy for you to include that.
If I might, thank you very much, CEO. If we could make a decision on this lease at the August council meeting, that would be fantastic.
Again, I think the recommendation that's in there is that the administration are acutely aware of the needs and have a good working relationship with Mud and Tars, and we will endeavour to get it back to the chamber as soon as possible for your consideration, at which time you would make a decision.
Yep.
So
a question for the CEO, what do we need to do on recommendation 3? How do we need to reword that so that it's taken away from being something that's indefinite in terms of time to one that brings that decision hopefully to the August, but at the latest to the September council for a decision on the lease extension.
If you wanted to vary the motion, you could add to the motion. So for consideration at the conclusion of the public consultation and bring back to the council, the August or September council meeting for decision.
Thank you, Mayor. Excellent. Let's do it.
Mayor, I'd accept that alteration. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you get that, Karina? So just add on the end of that and bring back to the August or September council meeting for a decision. You put it in there? Thank you. And okay, so that's Councillor Charles and Councillor Robertson. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Littley?
I'll speak now because I think you might be able to hear me.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Got that sorted out. Apologies for before. I've come through a different way than I'd set up with the test. I'm not sure exactly what's been said, but I'd just like to express I have support from Mud and Tars Motorcycle Club, supporting each of these recommendations. I am acutely aware that it is tough to put in things like immediately. I know that our staff, I have every confidence in our admin and staff to work through it. And as the CEO had said, they're very aware of the needs of Mud and Tars and they'll work closely with them. I think Councillor Glasbrook had said there with regards to residents in that area being quite aware of the Mud and Tars and the activities of Mud and Tars when many of them moved into the area. I have the same feeling. I feel that it's a very good establishment, has been doing a great job, and they need support in that area, in that space for as long as they can, as long as they seek to at this point in time. If they do down the track find a new home, a suitable place, well, I think council might be supportive of that as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Littley. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Robertson, you've already spoken.
I have some questions, please, Mayor, to the CEO.
Yes, if they're questions.
On page 266, CEO, the principles listed out in the proposed lease, and now I'm moving away from the issue of the lease timing to the content of the lease.
Can you no, Councillor Robertson, I need you to speak to the motion, and the motion is that a further report be presented to council for consideration at the conclusion of the public consultation in August or September. And if you can keep it to your questions to the specific motion and not into the details of the lease.
Well, the details of the lease, Mayor, are in here, are a part of this background material for this lease renewal.
The recommendation is that the report come to council, the public consultation report come to council.
Yes, but when we go out for public consultation, the conditions of the lease on page 266 will I presume, be part of the public consultation.
All right, ask your question.
To the CEO, please. Look at the second bottom item, bullet point on page 266, where it says about that shall only occur on Sundays between 9:30 and 4, and only held on Saturday, when it's held on Saturday twilight between the hours of 1:30 to 10 o'clock. I'm asking, is it possible for a lease to include, as well as Saturdays and Sundays, to include the Mondays and Fridays that may be included in long weekends or public holidays?
Through the Mayor, you can provide those inclusions, but the lease is a separate document that would be coming back to council once renewed. And obviously these are the existing terms, and it doesn't stop the club, which they have done on other occasions where we come to deviate from that list of principals when they've asked for other events to be held over a long weekend or on other days. But in terms of the general community to understand how those facilities are being used by the users, these principles are contained within the current lease.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Charles, would you like to close the debate if there's no further discussion?
I think we've covered that well. Thank you very much, Mayor. We can vote on it.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attendance, Wade. You can keep watching the meeting if you want to from the comfort of home, but we'll say goodbye to you now.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for your support. We really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. So we now go back to the deputations, and we have a deputation from Simon Grenfell, who's the Executive Officer of the Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority. Are you with us, Simon? Not just yet. We're just letting you in. Oh, hello, Michael Callady. Okay, and welcome, Simon. So we have Simon Grenfell and Michael Callady here from the Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority. And then when we've had your deputation, Simon, we'll then move over to item 14.2, which is the recommendation in relation to your draft Waste Authority Charter, which you've resubmitted. So thank you very much for joining us, and thank you to Michael for joining us as well. And you have 10 minutes to speak, and that also includes any questions that any of the elected members may have for you. So please go ahead. You'll need to turn your microphone on.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Thanks for the reminder that I unmute myself. Good evening, elected members, and thank you for providing Michael and I an opportunity to represent the Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority Charter to you. We're here today not just representing the authority, but the other 3 member councils of the authority that endorsed the proposed charter. And I believe you have a letter signed by the 3 mayors on this matter as well. As you'll be aware, the charter is the core governance document that determines how the authority operates and conducts its business. As it's required, the authority has undertaken a review and proposed a number of amendments to the charter. The context of the proposed charter is that the waste and resources sector is a highly competitive industry, and if the authority is to thrive and continue to meet the expectations of its owners, and this needs to be supported through. So the proposed charter has been considered by all councils and endorsed by Alexandrina Council, District Council of Yankalilla and Kangaroo Island Council. The City of Victor Harbor didn't support the proposed charter. In particular, the proposed amendments associated with holding meetings in confidence. The other councils still seek to have the proposed charter endorsed, and Michael and I are here tonight to provide more information on the confidentiality provisions of the Local Government Act and when they apply, and answer any questions you may have so you can endorse the recommendations and report 14.2 with confidence. I'll now hand over to Michael, who will outline the particulars of holding meetings in confidence. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Simon, and I'm assuming everybody can hear me?
Yes, thank you, Michael.
Okay. The starting point, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. The starting point is, of course, that it's been put to me along the route that the predecessor to a regional subsidiary was a council committee, and council committees, of course, have to meet in public, just as councils do, unless they invoke the confidentiality provisions to move into confidence. So the first thing I'd like to correct, if any members have heard similar, is that the predecessor to a regional subsidiary was an entity called a Section 200 Controlling Authority under the 1934 Local Government Act. Like a regional subsidiary, it was a separate entity, separate corporate entity, and it was not obliged in any circumstances to meet in public. There tended to be a propensity to meet in public because they were established by councils, and as a result, many did, but there was no legal requirement to do so. Along comes the 1999 Local Government Act. Those Section 200 controlling authorities become regional subsidiaries. Again, separate legal entity, subject to the provisions of the Act. And again, nothing in the Local Government Act mandates that a regional subsidiary or the board of a regional subsidiary is required to meet in public. Nothing at all. If that is a belief that's held, it's a mistaken belief because there's no legal imperative. And my view is that that was a deliberate intention in drafting the legislation. Whilst it is councils which establish a regional subsidiary, some are intended to operate like councils and others are not. So if we look at the ones which are not intended to operate like a council, we start to look at entities which have a commercial focus. They're commercial in nature. And the most simple one, which is a single council subsidiary, is of course what used to be the Ribble Mile Management Authority. And all the board meetings. But if we look closer to home now, and we look at entities such as East Waste, or Centennial Park, or Southern Region Waste Resource Authority, and Norma, and the new entity, Cora. First of all, East Waste is moving to hold all of its board meetings in confidence. Centennial Park is already there. Southern Region Regional Waste Authority has been there for a number of years now. I'd hazard a guess and say about 10. Cora, recently established regional subsidiary dealing with recyclables, board meetings in confidence. And of course, Norma has either got there or is also looking at it. Now, the interesting perspective for me is that the first regional subsidiary of a waste nature, which moved from open public board meetings to closed meetings, a bit like the private sector, was Southern Region. And at the time, John Comrie, who I'm sure is well known to all of you, or at least most of you, was the head of the Office of Local Government. They went so far as to take Crown Law advice to see if a regional subsidiary, which had operated on the same basis as the council, going into confidence by exception, if a regional subsidiary was required to do so. And the Crown Law advice came back, and it's consistent with what we have been telling the councils. And it was sufficient for John Comrie and the Office of Local Government to endorse the amended charter for Southern Region to allow them to, first of all, abandon an annual general meeting, and secondly, to hold their meetings in confidence. And of course, that's seen them flourish, especially as they have joined forces with the private sector and entered into a number of joint ventures. If we look at Frower, we have been doing what subsidiaries for years have been doing, which I don't believe involved very much thought about the nature of its operations and how it should be conducting business. So for 10 years, Frower has been holding board meetings ostensibly and legally in public. Interestingly, over the course of 10 years, a significant period of time, and many, many board meetings over that period of time, not one person has attended a board meeting of Frower as a member of the public. Not one. We went through the strategic plan and we visited you last year, or was it the year before? I'm losing sense of time with COVID. But I think the message we gave and the feedback we got from the 4 member councils is a desire for Frower to be more strategic, not just a very, very simple wheels business, more innovative, creative, to have a living and dynamic strategic plan, which is what I believe we now have. And for Frower to be more self-sustaining. Now, in any circumstances where Frower is to meet those objectives, where it's to be less financially reliable on its member councils, it must be able to operate in the same competitive environment and the fairly aggressive waste industry market that it does, but without the scrutiny for every decision it makes, or by going into confidence on too many an occasion. Members may remember the Ombudsman doing a survey of an audit of councils called In the Public Eye, and suggested that any council with more than 3% of its agenda items in confidence was not doing the right thing and wasn't being sufficiently accountable. My personal view is I don't want to go through a process whereby Frower is continually going into confidence and it looks like it's just an abuse of the confidentiality provisions, when the reality is, for a commercial business venture like Frower, its board should be meeting in confidence and then determining at the end of the meeting what's going to be put out to or open to the public by way of distribution of minutes and decisions. Probably not much more else I can say, except my prominent focus was to ensure that members understood that there is no legal imperative in any local government legislation for a regional subsidiary to hold its meetings in the same way that a council or a council committee does. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Do any of the members have any questions for Michael Callady? Councillor Robertson, and then was that you, Councillor Kemp? Did you have your hand up as well? Yep, it's Councillor Robertson and then Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, thank you, President, for your presentation, Simon and Michael. I've read the document several times over, plus the amendments to it. I have some further questions, but the one I'd really like to ask you about is that, you know, the objectives and purposes of the authority, which are on page 362, and if you go to the very top of the page, it says that the authority is established for the following objects and purpose. The very first item is to educate, engage and motivate the constituent council's communities to achieve the practical reduction of waste through reuse and recycling initiatives. And I put it to you, Mr. Callady, that secrecy, which is the basis for all of what's being proposed in the amendments to this charter that you've got, is not a basis to build trust with the community. And, you know, I find it objectionable also that you know, in terms of the functions of the board on bottom of page 363, 3.1.1.4, that the functions of the board, in addition, the board will include ensuring that ethical behaviour and integrity is established and maintained by the authority, by the board and the board members in all activities undertaken by the authority. And I don't think that secrecy is one of those. I've listened, so I just ask you, my first question is, how do you see the stripping away or the allowing of this authority to have its board meetings held in perpetual secrecy enhances those two key objectives of your authority?
My view is, first of all, the use of the term secrecy is probably an unnecessarily emotive term, because if it was a term that was recognised in local government legislation, we would see provisions at section 90 that all council meetings are held in public, unless of course the council decides to have a secret meeting, in which case one of the following grounds must be relied upon. Whereas the actual wording is that for meetings to be held without members of the public or other persons present. That's what we're talking about. So I don't think there should be any emphasis on secrecy. The issue is about holding board meetings in a place open to the public or somewhere else which is not open to the public. So we're talking about meetings which are not open to the public, so that the authority can undertake the business it needs to undertake without public scrutiny and without losing potentially strategic advantages for itself and for its councils and therefore the communities by doing business, making decisions in circumstances like other competitors, other players in the waste industry do. When we talk about ethical behaviours and when we talk about the functions of educating the communities, my view is there is no nexus between the objects and purposes, between ethical behaviours and board meetings. They are different messages in different parts of the charter which don't go to the very issue of confidential board meetings.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Kemp, you had a question?
Hi, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Again, I suppose it's interesting the debate between Councillor Robinson and Michael there. It does concern me that, you know, we like to be open and honest to our community, and that's what councils should be doing in their committees and their subsidiaries as well, because that's one of the things that, you know, we pride ourselves on. And there are times and places, yes, you have to go into confidence, and I'm not quite sure whether you're saying that you're going to be in confidence every meeting you have, or there's going to be opportunities where you will go into confidence, but that will be broadcast, I suppose, through your advertising of your meetings, whether it's going to be closed or not closed. So are you saying every meeting that you'll have as a board will be closed to the community?
What we were proposing in the charter, the position which has been accepted by the other three owners, is that we would meet in very much the same way that Southern Region Waste Resource Authority meets. And that is, a meeting is advertised, the meeting is held, the meeting is not open to the public. And, you know, if we look at the stats, not one person in 10 years, I don't think there would be too much alarm raised by us meeting in that manner. At the end of the meeting, the board would then decide which of its decisions could be publicised by being prepared in public minutes and put out there so that members of the public could see the end result of board debates and board decisions on matters that were for public consumption.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Can I just interrupt for a moment? Sorry, Councillor Kemp. We have gone over the 10 minutes, but I do realise that this is quite an important topic, so I will allow that. If we can keep it to those who haven't perhaps asked a question, who want to ask a question, and then if you've got other questions after that, you can come in. This is not a debate. This is a time to ask questions and to clarify anything that will assist you in relation to the proposed charter. So just, do you want to finish your question, Councillor Kemp, and then we'll move to somebody else who may have a question?
So just one more quick question. I believe in the charter you talk about decision making of changing the charter that at the moment it's anonymous. Everyone has to actually, anonymous. Everyone has to vote for it. But the change of the charter will, in voting or changes or doing things within the board, you only need a majority of the councillors to vote in favour of it. Is that correct?
The charter still provides, I don't have a copy in front of me at home here, but the charter still provides, and Simon can correct me if I'm wrong, that decisions made by the board will still be made on a majority basis, same as the council meetings.
So the change of the charter is to have all, so to change the charter, you need the decision of all councils, not the majority at the moment.
But for changing the charter at this point in time, all councils have to vote in the same manner on the same amendments.
So at the moment, what would happen is that if this gets up with a vote tonight, then the change of the charters in the future won't be on a majority vote, not of all. No. So
Simon, do you have a copy handy?
That hasn't changed. So
I didn't think so.
The charter to be amended in the future.
Sorry, Simon, you're breaking up.
Breaking up.
It's all right. It's okay. I was just reading it, just the very fine print, but I do appreciate your answers and where you're coming from.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Councillor Charles, Councillor Hales, or Councillor Mann, do you have any questions?
I do.
Yeah, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Charles.
Okay. Thank you, Michael, for coming along and putting your case again. I've got a question, and well, it is a question, but I've also got a request. Can you please provide the document where Crown Law supports your position, number one? And number two, what is it that you need to discuss in confidence? Is it landfill prices or recycling, which I would imagine is much of a muchness throughout South Australia, no matter what group you're with? Landfill? I just don't understand where a company is going to get an edge on you, or you're going to lose your edge. You'll need to just go in more depth. So far, you've not even told us that.
Okay, let me deal with the first question, and then Simon can come in on the second question. The first question was about Crown Law advice. Crown Crown Law advice was not to us in respect of Frower. The context in which I referred to that was Crown Law advice 10 or more years ago to the Office of Local Government, when Southern Region Waste Resource Authority was moving from public meetings like council meetings to confidential meetings, with public being the exception. And the message was quite simply that there's nothing in the local government legislation which requires a subsidiary to meet in the same way as a council. Therefore, it comes down to the owners. I would love to be able to say I had a copy of that, but you probably know, Councillor Charles, the Crown Law are fairly strict in terms of the advice they provide to their clients, and it's always subject to the caveat, it is never to be released, never to be released. So we may hear about the content of it, but we never actually get to see it, unfortunately.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay.
The Minister, yeah, I'll let you continue with the rest of it. Thank you.
Okay. Simon.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. So in relation to confidential discussions, obviously from a commercial perspective, we do discuss contracts significantly. We do have a large number of contracts that we go through, but it's also the strategising around the procurement of those contracts and things like joint ventures and how we're setting up our business to be able to progress into the future and be able to provide that competitive edge around innovation and those sort of items for our member councils. And we want to be able to attract independent members from the private sector who operate in that sphere and in that manner. So that's really where we want to, that's the space we want to be in. We want to be really competitive and, prominent in that area and forward thinking in that area. And we want to be able to embrace those values that they do in the private industry. I know, yes, we are a subsidiary of council, but this is really about us, going to those limits and being part of that culture, and so we can compete with the private industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Are there any questions from anyone who hasn't spoken? No. Councillor Robertson, I know you had you had other questions. If you could ask one, and then we'll move on. Because this is a deputation that was supposed to have finished a while ago, and we will have got the report there. So if you've got another question for either Simon or Michael, you'll need to switch your microphone on. You are on mute at the moment, Councillor Robertson.
Someone's turning it off on me. Yeah, I do have other questions, Mayor. I know this item has been done in terms of time, and I think I did hear you say that we were moving on to 14.2, which is more the substantive element of this discussion. Is that correct?
We will be, but currently at the moment we're at a deputation. When the deputation is finished, we'll move on to item 14.2, and Simon and Michael would normally be leaving us. I'll ask them if they want to stay in case there are any specific questions relating to the recommendations.
Yeah, well, I do have one question, but particularly in relation to what's being proposed here, Mayor, because I think that this, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kennedy and Simon, but I don't believe you do any recordings of your meetings, so not even audio recordings, but you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. What bothers me about public institutions like this one is when
Sorry, Councillor Andrew Robertson, this is not a debate. What is your question to Simon and Michael?
Okay. If the new charter is approved by the Victor Harbor Council, then the proposals being made internally are going to by themselves remove some fairly significant checks and balances on this board. So if the new charter is approved, how does the board intend to include or make sure that the checks and balances associated with the considerable powers that the authority already has are going to be protected?
Let me go first and see if Simon wants to come in after me. But we are still as the council is, a public authority, as all of the other regional subsidiaries I named before are also public authorities. So first of all, we are within the integrity framework which exists in South Australia. So all the checks and balances that apply to you as a council apply to us as a regional subsidiary. In addition, however, under the Local Government Act, and there is provision in this regard in the Local Government Act, we are subject to the direction and control of the owner councils. So if you wanted to direct us not to take a particular course of action, or not to enter into a contract, or to do something, if the four councils resolve in the same manner, they can actually tell us what to do, and we must do what we're told to do by the councils. In addition to that, if you go through Schedule 2, Parts 2 and 3 of the Local Government Act, there are a whole series of checks and balances in there which apply to us as an authority and to the board, and none of which, of course, detract from the points that we're making about effective and robust decision making in a commercial environment. So if Simon wants to add anything.
Yeah, would. Thank you, Michael. With your indulgence, Mayor, probably in recognition of that, you would be aware that the authority recently formed an audit committee, so a standalone audit committee. So we are also have our own internal audit committee. Previously, we had an internal audit committee. The board is very cognizant of the oversight of that. So again, we've formed a same sort of audit committee as what the councils have. We have auditors the same as what councils have. So we're going through that audit process as well. So, and none of these meeting provisions would have any impact on that.
Thank you. We might close the deputation there, and thank you very much, Simon and Michael. If you would like to stay for the next item, which is the item on your charter, you're more than welcome to, but your deputation has finished, and so you are able to leave if you would like to. Members, if we now move to item 14.2, and the first recommendation is that Council receive and note the draft Fleurieu Waste Authority Charter report. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hales, and seconded Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? No? Anybody want to speak to receiving and noting the report? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, I do. I read this document thoroughly. It is coming back to say, instead of addressing the issues as to why the authority needs these additional powers or this additional secrecy.
Sorry, the words, the authority have made it clear, Councillor Robertson, that they're not using the word secrecy, and there are connotations attached to that. So I prefer to use the correct terminology.
Yeah, obscurity perhaps might be another word. Because they don't keep records of their board meetings, so that is full records, only that, like we do with council meetings, just the recommendations that are the only record of the meetings. And then if they're in confidence all the time, then you run the risk that that an authority like this, and there's plenty of history about authorities like this going off the rails if they don't receive sufficient scrutiny, that even though this is a relatively small authority, what's being proposed to us is that this report is that we're an outlier, that we've suddenly lost our grip, that the other three councils all put up their hands unanimously. Well, perhaps the councillors and the other people on that were asleep at the wheel as well. But I think that the issue of governance, proper governance, and the availability of information to constituent councils and to residents is important. And just saying that, oh, well, no one's ever come along to a FRAWA board meeting. I wanted to come along to a FRAWA board meeting, and then I was told, well, waste of time because it's all in confidence. You wouldn't be allowed to sit in on the meeting, so don't come. No issues of invitations have ever been issued to the public for them to come along. So should they be surprised that no one turns up at their public meetings, that down at the Goolwa recycling facility? Yeah. who would go down there to be told that, you know, meetings all in confidence. I think that this resubmitted report is just another attempt to say, right, you know, you guys are out of line with all the other councils. And I object to that because I think fundamentally there are governance issues here that we need to be looking at closely, and not just FRAWA as an authority that doesn't keep, you know, any recordings, refuses to allow their meetings to be recorded even in audio. And this council, if these sort of authorities go off the rails and start to become financially unviable, then where are you going to be when it comes to saying, well, who caused this mess? So I don't anticipate this is going to be, because I think that the present FRAWA is very successful. It's done a lot of really good things. I don't think that all of these issues related to all the public being left out of meetings has stopped FRAWA in any way from being a leading waste authority in South Australia. And all this additional stuff that's being changed in the charter, to me, is concerning. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Does anybody else want to speak to receiving and noting the charter? In that case, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Can you keep your hands up, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 3. That's just clicked again. Sorry, those against? 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's carried. Thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the draft Fleurieu Waste Authority Charter 2021 as provided at attachment B. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And seconded by Councillor Litterly. Either of you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
I supported endorsing the charter the first time round. The important thing here is that the authority is conducting commercial business in a competitive environment, and the board may often discuss intellectual property and innovative ideas that would lead to intellectual property. The release of that information and the education around that comes later, after that decision making. I'd also like to add that holding confidential meetings is not contrary to ethical behaviour. If it were, we as elected members could be accused of being or using unethical behaviour, because we often discuss things in confidence. So I will support the charter as I did the first time around. I think it makes sense in a competitive industrial environment that ideas need to be discussed freely in confidence because of the intellectual property aspect of that. And it just makes sense to me to support this charter to enable the authority to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Litterly, do you want to speak to this?
Quickly, I'm supporting it this time round. I can't actually recall. I don't think I did support it last time round, but anyway, I'm satisfied that there is a need for some items to be held in confidence, discussed in confidence, particularly with some of those presenting to the FRAWA, perhaps new technologies and those innovations and that. They may be reticent to join in that conversation and provide their intel and their intelligence and their innovations. Should it be open to the public all the time? I'm not, you know, I was a little bit disappointed in the use and continued use of the words secrecy and honesty. I don't think the honesty of our board FRAWA is actually in question here, and the secrecy that just conjures up an image of them not being honest. And as has been explained, we do have the 4 owner councils who do get to rule over and determine what might happen if FRAWA wants to move in a certain way, and we are opposed to it. So I don't have an issue with the way that this will proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Charles and Councillor Robertson.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Look, I think if you were just to link onto YouTube, you'd find plenty of innovative ideas and unique ideas, and I think pretty well everything's been discovered in this industry by now, if not here in Australia, certainly in China and the European nations. I don't think we get a lot of evidence or information out of the FRAWA in any event. There's very little being shared, and they always have the option of going into confidence when they've got something they feel that is extra special and they can do so. When you're in the commercial field, sometimes it's a whole lot better to let the commercial people you're dealing with just what the prices are that you're paying, because others will want to come in and undercut and get your business. Really, I think councils do it the wrong way around with their confidentiality when tenders come in. If there's no special information that defines the company that is placing the quote itself should not be confidential. Surely the smart people know that if you're getting a quote on something from an industry, the industry talks anyway, and they compare, oh, are you putting a bid for this? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Because our bid is such and such, because we've got a lot of work. We don't care if we get it. We'll be really happy. If we don't get the work, well, that's fine too, because we'll just continue on. And they take it in turns. You know, there's a conversation going on all the time, whether you're building roads, whether you're building or constructing buildings, whether you're handling rubbish. And I know it's not rubbish, it's recycling, and it's landfill, and it's road building material, and it's mulch. And really, I can't see why this conversation's a whole lot of rubbish as far as I'm concerned. And I will not be supporting this motion or this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I haven't heard anything from other members yet, but I guess you have read this document, that you know that it's much more than just about meetings in confidence. So I've done
sorry, did you hear Councillor Littley and Councillor Henderson speaking? I'm not. You said you haven't heard. You have. Oh, okay. No, that's all right, because you said that you hadn't heard any of the other members, and I was just a bit worried that the Zoom wasn't working. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you for the interruption there. This change in the charter is much more than the issue of having open or closed board meetings. There are a number of proposals in here. I hope that you other councillors have read about this, that are being proposed in here, such as change to the structure of the board. Have you read this? I don't agree with it, because I don't think that it makes that it is necessary. The proposal is that there be the council representations be reduced from 8 to 4. So presently there's a one elected member and a staff member from the council that's on the board, and then it's proposed that either a member or a staff member be on a future board, that it be smaller, because that's going to make it more skills based, because there's going to be 2 independents of technical expertise to be on the board. Well, thank you very much, but I draw your attention in the charter existing, item 6.2.3 of the charter, which says that the authority may engage professional consultants, and it may authorise the executive officer to so engage professional consultants to provide services to the authority to ensure the proper execution of the decisions, the efficient and effective management of the operation affairs of the authority. The authority already has the capability to bring in the kind of technical expertise that it has. It doesn't need to structure the board. And again, As I mentioned before, the authority, even though it's mentioned here, again, on page the bottom of 357, and I quote, current meeting procedures do not allow for decision or discussion and debate within the board meeting required for an effective small enterprise. I challenge that. I think that over the last 10 years or so, FROA has done a great job. Despite all these balls and chains that it's dragging around in respect of having unwieldy numbers of members and its sort of crappy meeting procedures. I'm sorry, that hasn't stopped this board, this authority from getting on and doing a great job. And what is in here, how having a smaller skills-based board can increase the efficiency of decision making. There is nothing in here which says how that's going to happen. And what metrics are we going to have as a council, as an owner of this authority, to say whether or not the decision making of the board is going to be improved. So there's much more in this document here about the National Competition Policy Clause. This one is they're intending to amend that as well. And I don't see any necessity for that. The streamlining of reporting requirements that they want to ditch the annual general meetings, or I think they already have been are no longer held. But anyway, they want that to be removed out of the charter because it's a de facto decision. And also they want to have dispute resolution clauses put in there. So it's not only proposed amendments to not only provide for amendments where there's disputes between constituent councils like Yankalilla or KI or Alexandrina and Victor Harbor, but as well between councils and the authority.
You have 30 seconds, Councillor Robertson, left.
Okay, so to me, there's much more in this document than I've heard debate about so far. And I'm worried about these things because I think that it's loose. It is not giving better governance. There's no evidence that we need to change this charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor.
And sorry, Councillor Schofield, you're very much in the dark, Councillor Schofield, but I see your hand now. Karina just told me that it was up. Councillor Kemp and then Councillor Schofield. Sorry, Councillor Kemp, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. From what I've read on the amendments, nothing's much changed from the last time we voted on this. The arguments are still there. I think basically FROA, if they were struggling, not doing a good job, maybe you would have a good argument in the sense of having to go into closed meetings all the time. But FROA has done a good job. The board works really well with the executive officer and the staff. So to me, that sends a good signal and confidence to the councils that you're doing a good job. So why do you want to go opposite? And it doesn't matter whether people come or not to your meetings, but the fact is they have a choice. And I think what you're doing is denying community's choice to attend to hear what FROA is doing and how good a job you're doing. So why are you putting yourself into a closet? So the community who you service very well don't know what you're doing and what you're talking about. We understand that the ideas on the contracts and all those things that you have to go in those confidence areas. But as I said before, it's just, to me, it doesn't seem that no need. I think you're doing a great job, and I think you should keep it open, to the community and at times where it should be. So at this stage, I see no changes really to warrant a change in that direction, because as I said, if you're doing something bad, then fair enough, but you're not. So I'm not saying you go and do something bad now to change the charter, but in that context, again, I did remember reading somewhere about voting. There are 3 councils out of 4 voted for a change in direction. This is not the chart about, at a board meeting, then, a council who voted against it may have to impact on having to do something or pay more, which they didn't want to do. So I couldn't find it in the charter. did read it somewhere, but anyway, I think just keep up the good work, and I don't see there's any need for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Schofield. Councillor Schofield, is it possible to turn a light on in your room? You're really dark and it's quite difficult for me to see you.
I have got the only light, but I'll go out in a minute and see if I can get a lamp or something, if that is. I wondered that because I have put my hand up several times.
Yes, no, it is difficult to see you, so I do apologise for that.
At least this way you don't see the wrinkles. I'd just like to say that I will vote for this. I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Henderson. I don't think I could really add much more to that. And I also want to say that I guess one of the reasons that you don't always hear all of the elected members is sometimes it's very hard to get a word in.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. If there's no more comments from anybody, Councillor Mann.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I guess just to add, a lot of points have been covered, but I think that, I guess our regional subsidiaries, they were sort of the legislative gifts to councils in a certain way because they have a role to play. And I think that they're able to operate in this sphere between the local government sector and the private enterprise sector in this key environment where local governments are sort of hindered by the red tape, by some of the requirements and the bureaucracy. And it's trying to find this balance between knowing that these are public entities, these are, they're our communities entities, but we're also trying to compete with the public sector. And it is a fine balance. And I think that, and I appreciate some of the views that my fellow elected members have shared around the openness of meetings and the different levels of responsibilities and powers that councils have as well. But I think that we have to be careful to not pull our regional subsidiaries back down into the realm of the local government sphere. There was a legislative intent for them to remain in this midpoint between the private sector and local government. And I think that by trying to put more checks and balances, we can actually be wary. We should be wary of causing more hindering them more, and removing some of that competitive ability that they can have. And I appreciate, I guess, Michael Kennedy raised about there being checks and balances, existing ones within the Local Government Act, and outside it. You've got the competitive neutrality framework. So if our public entity is doing too well, if it's outcompeting with these private enterprises because of the benefits that it gains through being a public enterprise, then those policies come into play as well, brings it back down again. And I think a lot of those and there's a number of them within the Local Government Act, and I don't think they've been included in this discussion because I think they provide a necessary check and balance as well, and above what we're trying to do here. So I think there is also already that balance being hit. And I think, again, focusing on that about the confidential meetings, and let's just look at the practical realities for that in a second. We know what happens when we go into confidence at our meetings. We have a 1-2 minute speech that the mayor reads out, then we go into confidence, we wait for people in the public to leave, then afterwards we go out of confidence, and then we go and check, make sure no one's gone, no one wants to come back in to then observe the next part. And from what our authority is telling us is that because the nature of their role, the nature of them being a both public and private sort of entity, they do a lot of in-confidence work. They do a lot of work that is in that private sector, that is the contracts, that is the negotiations, that stuff that can't be openly shared and discussed. So if they're telling us that a lot of their meetings are in confidence as well, we have to be wary of that, because are we going to try and put this extra bureaucracy on them, extend their meetings out for what we say is this additional level of openness? And I appreciate that, it would provide a bit more openness, but I think we also have to look at the practical costs around what we're actually going to be doing, because often we only focus on one side of what we're trying to achieve, but don't actually look at those downfalls as well. I think there, I don't necessarily agree with the point about our regional subsidiary is doing a good job, so we don't need to make any changes. Because I think, why should we wait until our regional authority is struggling before we make changes? And I think we've got this opportunity where our authority is coming to us and saying, here, we're doing a great job, but these are the changes that we think will help us do an even better job. And I think, that's for us all to consider, and we all have different points about that. And I appreciate the others' views.
Got 1 minute, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor. Just finishing. And I think that's where I see it on that realm of, this is what our regional authority is telling us. We've got the information and we've informed, and I appreciate everyone's views, but I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. I'll now go back to Councillor Henderson and see if she would like to close debate. Councillor Henderson?
No, thank you, Mayor. I've said everything I want to.
All right. Peter Charles, would you like to come back, please, and then we can vote?
Here I am.
Thank you. I'll now put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour?
Oh, get that.
Can you leave your hand up so I can count it? Councillor Hales, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. That motion is carried. Thank you.
The division, please, on that one, please, Mayor.
Certainly. All those in favour, can you please stand? I'll just wait for Karina to get ready. And in the meantime, Simon, thank you very much for coming tonight. I know Michael had another meeting and had to leave, but thank you very much. Karina will close the door or whatever she does when she's finished doing this. Thank you. Okay, you ready, Karina? Yep. So those in favour are Councillor Robertson, Councillor Matt. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. You look like you're standing. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Councillor Mann, Councillor Schofield, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hales, and Councillor Littley. And those against, Councillor Robertson, Councillor Kemp, Councillor Glasbrook, and Councillor Charles. That motion is carried. Thank you.
And a member of the board supported against. Interesting.
We now move on to item 8.1, and I believe there are no questions from the gallery. Item 7. So 8 is petitions. 8.1, the petition in relation to the Discovery Park, and Councillor Hales.
Sorry, so if I'm on mute, yeah, I'll be declaring a conflict of interest on this one as Council's representative on the assessment panel, and I'll choose to deal with the perceived conflict of interest that could arise from this by leaving the chamber for this item.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. The recommendation is really that only that Council receive and note the petition. So would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Schofield? You are on mute. No. Councillor Robertson, do you want to speak to that? It's receiving and noting. It's receiving and noting the petition only.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do. I noticed that this petition has just come in, has been properly addressed by the staff, but I'm curious. First of all, I have a question. I was curious about at the bottom of page 9 here. It's under the risk assessment. It says that reputation. I can read it out. Quote: there may be some community expectation the council should positively influence this development on behalf of the community. The risk is assessed as low. What does that mean?
I think a number of people in the community would have contacted elected members. I know that I certainly have been contacted by people who are have something to say about the McCracken development. They seem to believe that council can influence it and that it's up to council whether or not the development goes ahead or not. I think it's been important to let them know that council cannot influence this. This is something that goes through the DAP panel, and we have one council member on that panel of, I think, 5. And Councillor Hales has excluded himself from this as a result of that. So the risk is assessed as low because I think most people realise that council doesn't have any influence over this at all. This petition will be sent to the DAP panel, and I understand that the petitioners have put in a submission. They can talk to that submission at the DAP panel if they want to. But the reputation to council is low because we have no say over what happens.
I'm sorry, Mayor, that's an entirely unsatisfactory answer and a long-winded one as well.
I do beg your pardon. That's.
Staff, what does that mean? And I don't think that you have answered that question. What is the risk that the community thinks that we can influence the development or not, or is it that we can positively we can influence on behalf of the community? I just found that risk assessment to be extremely obscure. The other thing is that in receiving this petition, I think that I wondered why, looking at the petition, or there are actually 2 of them here, that there are a lot of people that have signed this petition, and yet the petition form itself, as presented to the council, well, I can read it, but it's an extremely poorly presented petition, and I'm just wondering whether I'd ask the question to the CEO is it just the job of the council to take in these petitions and print them up properly as you have done and provided a little bit of background information here, or is it the job of council staff to really advise the residents about the quality of what they're putting forward, in the sense that the only thing that is being put on the petition form when you which, as it says here, that it is supposed to be clear about what the objection is, that all they've put in this, unfortunately, in this petition form is that we just oppose the development, which is a kind of a non sequitur. I mean, it's just it's not going to go anywhere. So I just wanted to know from the CEO, when we get a petition like this coming in, do we as a council, go back to the 2 petitioners here and say to them, look, you haven't really given us a very good picture of what you're objecting to. This is a major development, and it's our management of community expectations and so forth, very important. A lot of people have signed this petition, but it's not a very good petition in sense. So my question to the CEO is, do we, as a matter of course, provide advice to petitioners to say, look, this is you really should do better than this?
I can ask the CEO, Councillor Robertson, but I am of the opinion that it's not up to us to advise petitioners about what to put on their petition. We provide, along with the local government regulations, we provide them with information that the petition needs to be legibly written, as on page 8 of your agenda, set out the request, include the names and address, and be delivered to council. It's not the council's role to advise the petitioners on what they need to petition the council about.
Can the CEO answer that? I did ask the question of the CEO, Mayor, not of you.
So, to reiterate what the Mayor said, we can't influence a petitioner's content. We obviously give them the instructions. There's quite a detailed information sheet on our website which details the legislation about what is a compliant petition. If we were, as you imply, giving them advice as to what they put in their petition, I think we would be criticised for that. That's not our role. You as an elected member have made it quite clear that you believe it's a poor petition, and I'm sure that would be relayed back to the petitioners if they were watching.
Thank you, CEO. Are there anywhere are we up to? Is it Councillor Glasbrook, you want to speak? Councillor Charles, you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. I, as with a lot of elected members, I'm sure, have had many residents speaking to me about this issue, and this is an issue that's going to affect many hundreds, if not thousands, of our community. And I fully understand that we can't have any influence on CAP, and I'm not suggesting that we should, but I am questioning as to whether there is any way at all that this council could at least communicate with this developer and see if we can work through some of the issues. Most of the people who I have spoken to aren't opposed to this development, aren't opposed to Victor Harbour moving forward. They're not trying to hold things back, but there are specific issues which will have a significant impact on some of these people. And I agree with the residents. I think that what's being done is unfair, and perhaps as a council we should be trying to help them in some way. And I know we can't do that through the planning system because that's set in stone. Surely we could try and have some negotiations with the developer, identify the significant points and do something about it.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. We should not be debating this. This motion is about receiving the petition only. We can follow up what you're saying, and certainly we've all spoken to residents who are not happy with the development, and we can follow up. And when you talk to them, talk about how they can put in a submission and speak at CAP. But the debate at the moment is around the specific recommendation, receiving and noting the petition. Councillor Charles, did you want to speak to receiving and noting the petition? Not about the debate, not about the debate about whether it should or shouldn't go ahead.
Mayor, thank you. We've spent a lot of time on, in fact, a hell of a lot of time on some subjects. We haven't got very far through this agenda. I know you want to rush it in and you want to have me focused on this, but as far as noting it, I know that it's a petition that's been done with passion, but it needs to have some professional assistance. And I would just say to petitioners, and there'll be some who are watching, that they need to polish this up and be ready for the presentation they're about to make. We tonight have talked about a very loud motorcycle group in a residential area, and there was more discussion about that than there was of this. This is a forever thing at these people's back doors, and I'm very concerned about it. And it's not what they expected, and I think we have a responsibility to do something. I know that Oceanic Victor was supported by CAP when council said no, so we do have double standards at times as well. So there we go. That's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Is there anybody else that wants to speak in relation to this? Councillor Henderson.
I think this, as with many things, is the issue is really a lack of communication and a lack of information to the public. I'm wondering if council could have some sort of role in bringing both the developer of this idea and our community together so that the developer can share that information with the community. An informed community is much less likely to be concerned about a development. They know exactly what's going to happen in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll certainly follow that up with the CEO. I know a number of people on the petition are looking to make a submission to the CAP and can talk about the issues that they have with the development. And I think that working with the developer and the community to see if we can assist with any of the communication between them, I think is a good idea. And I will follow that up with the CEO. If there are no further, Councillor Schofield, did you want to close the debate?
No.
No. If that not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour of receiving and noting the petition? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3. And those against? That's carried. Thank you. Yep. We'll just get Nick back. Welcome back, Councillor Hales. We're now on item 9, outstanding resolutions, and the recommendation is that Council receive and note the outstanding resolutions for July report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Litterly. You want to speak to that, Councillor Henderson? No, Councillor Litterly? No, does anybody have any questions or want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one only on page 21, the green bin extension that was adopted. Sorry, that was. I don't have any. Sorry, no. At the page 24. The corporate systems review process. No, sorry. Yeah, I don't have any questions on it. No. On the outstanding resolutions, no.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Are there any other questions or comments in relation to the outstanding resolutions? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. So we come to 9.2 now, the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee review. And the first recommendation is just to note the report. Would somebody like to move that way? It's just receiving and noting the report. Thank you, Councillor Kemp. And seconded by, thank you, Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? No. Does anybody want to speak to receiving and noting the report? All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. So when we come to recommendation 2, the recommendation from Council is that Council endorse option 2 for the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee. If we turn to page 28 of our agenda, you'll see that, sorry, Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Sorry, I'm also going to declare a conflict in relation to the remainder of this agenda item, as the current chair of the committee, I stand to lose material benefit depending on the outcome of this report. And while it's not as much as the report states, it is still a material conflict, so I will leave the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. I know that Karina asked for feedback from all the elected members in relation to this, and we had feedback from myself, Councillor Kemp, Councillor Schofield and Councillor Henderson. There wasn't any other feedback, and the feedback from all of the elected members who provided it was all quite different. So the recommendation is for option 2, but there may be members that have a different option that they would like to recommend, and there may need to be some discussion in relation to this. Councillor Henderson?
Well, I'm supporting option 2 because my feedback did recommend to support option 2, and so I'd still like to go with that.
You'd like to move that way?
I'd like to move that motion. Thank you.
Does somebody want to second that? Councillor Mann? Thank you. Councillor Henderson, would you like to speak to that?
Just very briefly, yes. My reason for supporting option 2 is that I believe we do produce some good outcomes from that committee, but we don't have the ability to make any decisions within that committee meeting. If we extend those powers to make those decisions, it would take some of the weight away from our lengthy monthly council meetings, which we're involved in at this point in time. And given that the committee is made up of the whole elected member body, in theory, we could have that decision-making power within that committee structure. So that's why I supported option 2. It just seems to be the sensible option to me. But I'm open to hearing all of the feedback from my fellow members.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Mann, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I guess just to add to Councillor Henderson's points, I think that there are some significant benefits of option 2. I think the ability for us to take what's usually at about 11:30 at night, when we've had about 6 hours of council meeting, and we're coming to discuss some very significant items, and to take it from that part of the night at the end of a long council meeting and then put it on its own separate night where we can just debate that or 1 or 2 certain items and have, I guess, the ability to have that good debate and that decision making. I think there's significant benefit around that, and I think that's one of the reasons I am supportive. I think also just the breakdown of how it works and having, I think, you know, there's that option for the different briefings and meetings through it, but I think it also works a little bit better than potentially option 3, which there may be some of my fellow elected members who are in favour for, where I think we can easily fall into the trap of just having more and more informal gatherings for everything, and I appreciate that they are important and there are definitely things that we need to debate, but I think that there's less of a risk of us blowing out the amount of meetings that we're having. And I'm not just sort of saying this from the fact of elected members having to attend more meetings, but I think there's a lot of work. I know there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes in getting the meetings ready, organising them, getting the documentation ready that the administration have to do. And I think that we need to be very wary of that in the amount of meetings that we're having and the amount of decisions that are coming out of them, because often we'll have these workshops and then we'll get to the meeting and then people aren't in favour of it, but that wasn't vocalised in the meeting. And I think this provides a better option to capture some of those other things that aren't using council's time and the resources that the community's paying our staff a lot of money for. And I don't think as elected, we have to be careful as elected members not to use their time for not the best benefit of the community. So I will be supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Glasbrook.
Could I just ask a question first, please, of the CEO? Could you just explain to me a little bit more about the delegations? So is this basically going to give us the same delegation as we would have in a council meeting, or not quite?
Through the Mayor, no, it wouldn't be the total delegations which council has. Obviously, council is only able to set budgets and funds and review budgets. This is about policy decisions and strategic decisions, or like strategic projects. So it's not all powers of the council. It's specifically what's referenced in the terms of reference, which is around policy and strategy and strategic projects.
Thank you. We've had some fairly, significant things come from this committee and fairly significant decisions. So, for example, the arts and culture, or the McKinley Street car park. So would those decisions have been able to have been made in that meeting if this was in place at the time?
Through the Mayor again, yes, if this was in place, yes, they could. So the whole of council committee could have made those decisions at that committee meeting.
Oh, thank you for clearing that up. I read it, but I wasn't 100% sure. I thought that's what you were saying. Well, for that reason, that I'm not in favour of this. I know that sometimes the council meetings are a bit long, but I think it's important that people know when decisions are going to be made, and they're at council meetings. So we know that the fourth Monday of every month there's a council meeting, and if the council is going to make a significant decision and someone's interested, well, they need to be there, or they need to Zoom, or they need to keep up with it. If we start having meetings, that could be, spontaneous or not necessarily scheduled, and people don't realise that decisions are going to be made, I think that sort of could, in a lot of ways, disadvantage the people who are interested. So for that reason, I'm not in favour of it. I think I would be happy just to have an informal gathering, understand what is happening, be able to speak in an open type forum rather than having meeting procedures, and then make the formal decision at a council meeting in front of the community when the community know that we're supposed to be making decisions. So that's the way I look at it. So I won't be supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Kemp, Councillor Robertson, was that your hand up as well, Councillor Charles? No. So Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Before I speak to it, just want a clarification. I should have brought it up in the first item, but on page 31, the summary, it talks about option 3 is the third option. This is the recommendation by administration. Yet in the recommendation to vote on, there's option 2. So we have a bit of a oxymoron process here. So again, it makes it confusing as to what we're voting on. But when you read the summary, it is quite strong and quite pointed that we should be actually going for option 3 because it has great benefits to the administration. But also, when you look at our current practices, we only allow 2 hours to the meeting. And it becomes a pseudo if we go through this whole recommendation that every second month we'll be having 2 council meetings per se. Not a full council meeting, but a secondary council meeting, which no one wants 2 council meetings a month, even though it may be bi-monthly. So I think opportunity for discussions and breaking down things and really researching it is in the workshop environment where the policy, strategic policy comes to us to really have time to look at it, break it down, discuss it. It is the only way we can actually take it forward to a council resolution is through that process of free discussion, not in a constricted time frame of 2 hours under the current system. And so I won't be supporting this unless it's changed back to option 3 because that's what the recommendation from administration is. So if the CEO could answer the question, which are we voting on?
Through the Mayor, clearly the recommendation, which is titled under recommendation, is the recommendation from administration. And yes, the summary has an error in terms of the listing of the options. There should have been some more commentary in there that was actually removed at the time the report was prepared.
Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just briefly, I look at the two sentences on page 29, where in terms of the bottom of the option 2, it says here that furthermore, option 2, that's it, would not provide members with another opportunity to debate each resolution at a council meeting. I think that's important. Down in option 3, on the second paragraph, the last sentence, there's an important comment there where it says option 3 will enable more informal gatherings to be held. Now, I appreciate that that maybe there's we do have a lot of informal gatherings to go to, but the council is getting on with things and has a lot of things to debate and make decisions on. And also, I think that if we're going to option 2, it would be the better way to more efficient way of dealing with that would have been that you just have a second council meeting each month. But I could totally agree with the others that I don't think there's any appetite amongst anyone to be calling 2 council meetings a month. So to me, option 3 is by far and away the best option.
Thank you. Councillor Charles, then Councillor Littley.
Thank you. I've been sending through chat messages. You've been reading them. Why, when the mayor can, three councillors or the CEO?
You can't send. I was going to say something. Can you just hold on a moment? The CEO just spoke to me. I didn't hear her. Yep. If you're speaking, Councillor Charles, you need to speak as you are now. You can't use chat as part of your contribution to the council meeting on here. So please say what you need to say.
I know. I will and always will, but I've sent on in advance so that you can see. The CEO can call a special council meeting at the drop of a hat. 3 councillors can do so also, and that's the equivalent, as far as I'm concerned. It's just as powerful as this other committee that we could close down if we voted for number 3. And I would recommend that's what we do. A special council meeting when we've got an issue or several issues or things to discuss is what is needed as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Littley.
I won't be supporting option 2 as the which is on the table at the moment. My preference would be for option 1. I'm not completely opposed to option 3 either, but my preference is for option 1. I see that if we were to support option 2 and we had thereabouts a second council meeting each month, that there could be times when we haven't got the full representation of council in the chamber making some important decisions. I like the idea of us taking having the discussions of the staged approach to be able to take it to a council meeting and have that full council meeting. I do think it is, well, it's individuals' decision, individual members of the public's decision whether they do engage with the process, and we probably aren't going to influence a great deal if they're not engaged in the process now. I can't see them engaging in the process any more significantly into the future, unfortunately. But I like the idea of a structured meeting where they might all get along there and definitely engage in that process and be there. I think we'd probably lose some of that support that we do have if we're having decisions made in a secondary meeting. So I'll be not supporting this, but I'm happy to. I do think we've got an option there, definitely. So I won't be supporting option 2.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Councillor Schofield.
Thank you. No, look, I won't be supporting it. I support option 1. I believe we need to have a structured approach and a little bit about being outcome driven. We still have the opportunity for lengthy discussions and debate. but instead of just attending a workshop type meeting where a lot of discussions are made and we walk away a couple of hours later and are no better advanced than before. The structured approach actually gives us some guidelines in which we can work with, and I think that's really important for us as major decision makers.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Councillor Henderson, did you want to close the debate?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In terms of informing our community, these meetings are public and are publicised. Meetings are scheduled at regular intervals so that the community is aware that they're happening. And the benefits are that these meetings are, and I think a lot of the members have missed this point, they are strategic in nature. A strategic committee focused on particular strategic developments. And any of our community who are interested particularly in those strategic decision-making issues could focus in on this committee rather than sitting through a lengthy ordinary council meeting, through all of the other stuff that they're not interested in. They could focus in on the strategic meeting, strategic planning committee meeting that we hold. And that's why I'm in favour of option 2. If we've made a decision as an elected body in one of these committee meetings, there would be no need to bring that again to a council meeting because the decision is already made by the elected body. And it would just take some of that strategic decision making out of our regular council meetings, put it into these regularly scheduled committee meetings, which the community is aware of, and it is not the same as holding a second council meeting, which would be open to all sorts of issues. These are strategic decisions. That's what this committee was set up for, strategic planning into the future. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll now put that recommendation in relation to option 2 to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? That's lost. Would somebody like an alternative to option 2?
I'd like to propose option 3, please, Mayor.
Option 3, Councillor Charles.
Option 3. Need to speak to it. I think it's all been said. A special council meeting carries just as much weight, provides sufficient opportunity for people to debate and for the public to be advised, and unless it's been called urgently, of course, be advised beforehand to follow the discussion that we have in those meetings.
Councillor Robertson.
We can also go to the meeting procedure when required.
Councillor Robertson, were you seconding that?
Indeed, Mayor. Yep.
Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I guess besides number 2, number 3 would probably be my least favourite, and that's for the reasons that sort of have been touched upon. I think that there's not enough structure around our informal gatherings. A lot of the time, usually there is a presentation or administration will engage in a conversation, and there have been differing successes from those informal gatherings. But I think from the elected member point of view, I don't think as a body we have worked well enough in those formats. I think that we do require a little bit of structure, which if we're not doing option 2, I think we need to retain some of that current structure that we have that option 1 provides for. Personally, I think our CASPAC meetings have been my favourite meetings that we've done. I think they are well run. I think everyone does have a good opportunity to share their views in that formal setting as well, and I don't think it sort of hinders debate. I think it just allows us all to achieve a lot more within that time period. So I guess, yeah, I won't be supporting option 3, and I think just to raise as well around the risks of putting decisions out of the Monday night. I think a lot of those big strategic ones are in confidence anyway, so I don't think people will be attending those ones regardless. But yeah, that's my views.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Kemp, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Thank you, Councillor Mann. You raised some very good points there. One, if the workshops are not running properly, then there's two areas of improvement. Elected members need to improve the way they do workshops. They need to be more strategic, focused in communication. So the administration need to structure them a little bit more, so we do have a great workshop in that respect. Yes, it's really about a strategic level of discussion, and we need time to really think about and discuss strategic ideas and concepts and policies and plans, not rushing through a formal structure like a council meeting. I think this is our opportunity to show as a group of administration and elected members in a workshop environment that yes, we are a strategic thinking group. We are operating at that environment where we can be disciplined in the way we present our cases, our points of views in a manner which is being given to everyone that opportunity to speak. 5 minutes in a meeting sometimes is not enough for some people. Maybe it's too much for others. But the point is that in a workshop, you can keep revisiting points of views as they come up from other elected members' points of views, what they've raised. There's always sometimes, oh, geez, I just thought of that. It was a great idea. I may talk to that again. In a formal structure, once you've spoken, you can't speak again. So I think this is what these workshops are about, is that open, transparent, high-level thinking and understanding and conversation between the elected members and the staff who provide the expertise in some of the information flow that we should have to give us that opportunity. And I think in that type of workshop environment, I think if we manage it and structure it well, I think we'll get more out of it and contribute more to it than 5 minutes speaking from each person in a meeting in a structured process. But thanks for those comments. I think that you alluded to the key areas which I was looking for. And this is what discussion's about, gaining from other people their thoughts and processes to stimulate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Glasbrook.
Yes, thank you. The important thing for me is being informed. That's what we need these meetings for, is to make sure that we're all informed and we all have the opportunity to ask questions and to understand. I don't believe that we need the meeting procedures. I believe that we could change the format of our informal gatherings if we felt that we needed a little bit more structure. But I don't think we need the structure of full meeting procedures and paid chairs and all of these things. I just don't believe that that's necessary. As I say, the important thing is for me is to make sure that I'm informed and I understand, and I can do that in a informal gathering. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Are there any further comments from anybody? Councillor Charles, did you want to close the debate?
Yes, thank you. No, it takes a while to get the mouse over the mute and the unmute when it's not there, so sometimes people be a bit slow. What I'm understanding is that people are interested in informal gatherings because it gives us some freedom and we get far more educated and more informed, and we can share ideas and then come back and express new thoughts after hearing other people speak. And I'm also believing that special council meetings have a place too, where decisions can be made out of the current monthly council meeting. So I encourage people to vote for 3 because that's what we can continue to do without the recommendation that is here in front of us. So recommendation 3, please, if you would. That's what I'll be voting for.
Thank you very much. I think, Councillor Charles, you're talking about option 3, which is recommendation 2.
Affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put that recommendation to the floor. We're voting to endorse option 3. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. And those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll make the casting vote. And my vote will be I'm not in favour of option 3. I would be in favour of option 1 if that comes to a casting vote, if somebody wanted to move that way. So after the Mayor's casting vote, that option 3 is not carried. Councillor Littley.
Point of order, Mayor Jenkins.
Councillor Littley.
Councillor Kemp, point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor Kemp?
Mayor Jenkins, you've indicated trying to influence the chamber on the next vote that's coming along, that you've already precast how you go to vote if it came to a tied vote, which I think is improper and not should be struck from the minutes, or people should struck the comments from their minds, because I don't think it's appropriate that you should tell people how you're going to vote prior to a debate and a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. I don't agree with your point of order. We have just lost the option 3, and if somebody is moving the other way, we'll take that. Councillor Littley, did you want to move something?
Move a motion to overrule your point of order, Mayor Jenkins.
I beg your pardon, Councillor Littley? Councillor Kemp?
I move a motion to overrule your point of order decision.
Do you have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favour? Those against? That's lost. Councillor Littley?
Yeah, I'll move option 1. Yeah, I'll be moving option 1. I'll speak to it if I get a seconder.
Councillor Schofield, seconding that one?
I second that.
Councillor Littley, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, look, I was very close to supporting option 3 as well. As I said, when we didn't support option 2, I was probably leaning towards option 1 more than option 3. And I think I've just been given a reasonable cause that we do need some structure in our meetings so we can make sure that we make good decisions and we continue good debate, because it's my view that that's the line we should be going on, a little bit more tight and following some meeting procedures, until we can get that right and make really good decisions that way, and then open it up to some more informal stuff. So I'll be putting option 1 on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Councillor Schofield as seconder, do you want to speak to that?
I don't think I've got any more to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to option 1? Councillor Henderson?
Yes, again, this would have been my second choice option, because I do believe, again, I stress that this committee is about strategic planning, and strategic decision making and discussions around those decisions. So I will support this.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to option 1? Councillor Mann?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I think, as I said before, the structure is needed. I think some of the descriptions by Councillor Kemp, the previous one around, while we don't need structure, I think it would be great. I would love meetings that ran like that, but I think it is kind of a little bit utopian of my assessment across the past 2.5 years. And I think, you know, as much as I'd love high level thinking the whole time, or a lot of it, and significant chunk to really delve into those big significant things, I am aware that as elected members, each of us, and at different times, some of us more than others, like to get very stuck into the day-to-day of council and sometimes struggle to get up to that high level. So I do think the structure is good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Does anybody else want to speak in relation to option 1? Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate?
Will do. I just want to just go back and just say that the idea of having some good debate and some good workshopping of ideas and taking on board those ideas, such as Councillor Kemp has said, hearing the ideas. I think we should be, as an elected body and all elected members, doing that work in our day-to-day lives in any case where we're having those conversations. The door's open, have the conversation with each other about your concepts and ideas, and we'll get to know each other even more. We do know each other's thoughts and feelings and concepts fairly well already, and where people will go. And I can't see that the structured process is any more restrictive than having an informal gathering if we do that right. So encourage you to let's get on, do option one, and encourage everyone to get on talking and communicating well in our daily elected member lives.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. I'll now put option 1 to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. And those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a tied vote. I will make the deciding vote, and I am voting for option 1. One of the reasons for that is that it retains the status quo, and also it enables, we can go out of session if we need to debate things or discuss things or find out more about different things, and at the time we don't want the more formal option, so it provides us with that ability to either have a formal debate or a formal informal discussion, and it also retains the status quo. So that's why I'm voting for option 1. So with my vote, that is carried. Item 3, the council adopt the terms of reference as provided, and that will be attachment A to this report, not attachment B. For the City and Activation Strategic Planning Advisory Committee. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconded by? Thank you, Councillor Littley. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Glazebrook.
So just excuse me, just in relation to the delegation.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I wasn't concentrating. What are we on at the moment?
We're on recommendation 3. So we've just done recommendation 2, where we've endorsed option 1. Now we're on recommendation 3, that council adopt the terms of reference as provided in attachment A, because they're the terms of reference for option 1. For the City and Activation Strategic Planning Advisory Committee.
Yeah, thank you. So my question was that would be endorsing the fact that this committee will have delegation, basically, because it's in the terms of reference. CEO, you just said that in my last question.
Can you respond to that, Victoria, please?
Through the Mayor, if you were to if you had endorsed option 2, and then the second part of that was actually incorporating those delegations. This is option 1, which is retaining the advisory committee as it is, with the exception of the provisions under section 101A of the Development Act. And the only delegations that remain are to determine the time and place of the meeting and the availability of conveniences for members and nature of the purpose of the committee, but it doesn't actually give any powers of decision making other than that.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you. Are there any further questions? There's no debate to refer to Councillor Schofield, so we move to recommendation 3, and I put that to the floor. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those against? 1, 2, 3. That's carried. Thank you. So we don't want to do, we don't need to do recommendation 4. It is 8 o'clock now, so we will have a 5-minute break, a 10-minute break. If you would like to get up and have a wriggle around, make yourself a cup of coffee. It's freezing here in the chamber. It is so freezing. So I'll see you all at 8:10. Thank you very much. I think it's okay to have our coffee, but I wouldn't have dinner. Right. Are you ready? Yep, you ready? Beautiful. And welcome back everybody and those that are watching from the virtual gallery. We now come to item 9.3, which is the Local Government Finance Authority Annual General Meeting. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the Annual General Meeting report. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Would either of you like to speak to receiving and noting the report?
Mayor.
Was that a no, Mayor? Councillor Robertson, sorry.
Was a no.
It was a no, okay. Carol, Schofield, no. In that case, all those in favour? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you. And those against? That's carried. Thank you. The second recommendation is that Council appoint Mayor myself as Council's voting delegate and Deputy Mayor Carol Schofield as proxy voting delegate for the AGM to be held on Friday the 29th of October at the Adelaide Entertainment Centre. Someone move that way, please. Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to that?
No.
No, Councillor Henderson, no. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. And the third recommendation is a OR. So the first one is that Council declines the invitation to submit a notice of motion to the LGA Annual General Meeting, or that Council submits a notice of motion and you put in a notice of motion that you want to submit. Would someone like to move one of those? I'm not aware of any notice of motions that people have for the LGA meeting. Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, I move, Mayor, that we decline the invitation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Schofield. All those in favour? Those against? Sorry, Councillor Glasbrook, were you in favour or against?
I was in favour. It's a little bit slow.
Yep, no, thank you. That's carried. Thank you very much. I think, Councillor Glasbrook, your screen freezes from time to time. The 9.4 is the community loan application from the Victor Harbour Football Club. And just in relation to that, we have another item coming up, which is that, Victoria? That's .4. Yes. So we have this 9.4, the community loan application, but you might also be aware that item 12.4 is a proposal for turf cricket pitch with the council contribution as well. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about this one. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the loan application. Move that way, Councillor Littley, thank you, and Councillor Robertson seconding that.
Mayor, I had my hand up before to ask something. A question to you, please.
A question?
Yes. Could we deal with item 12.4 immediately after we have done with this one?
If you're happy to do that as elected members, can you put up your hand if you're happy to do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Certainly we can. So can I just go through who moved this one here? Councillor Littley. and seconded by Councillor Robertson. Were you seconding that, Councillor Robertson? Were you happy to second?
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? Receiving and noting?
No.
No. All those in favour? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you. And those against? That's carried. Thank you. The second recommendation is that council provide a landowner consent and a council support form for the Victor Harbour Football Club's application to the Office of Rec, Sport and Racing Infrastructure Program. Moving that way, Councillor Litterley. And seconding, Councillor Robertson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Councillor Litterley. I didn't see your hand go up.
I'll just speak briefly to it because this, first of all, this step in this process, having been through it with Encounter Bay and other sporting clubs as well, for the Office of Rec, Sport and Racing, it's obviously a very important process to go through. Without that tick in the box from council as the landowner consent and also a letter of support, you don't get through the first or over the first hurdle as it might be, and even being able to put your application or put your grant application in. So certainly it's, I encourage everyone to jump on that one at least.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Litterley. Councillor Robertson, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Probably I would agree with what Councillor Litterley was saying, and in addition to that, I would just comment just how fraught and it's got a better chance of winning the lottery than this business of whatever you get out of the Office of Recreation and Sport. Thing that I was just going to raise was that in this I see there's some confusion here as to whether the community, whether this is community loan for 45,000 or 22,000, but I'm assuming that here, that where it says 45,000, that's what. Oh, sorry, that's for the next.
That's for the next recommendation.
So, yep. Sorry, yep.
Does anybody else want to speak to recommendation 2? Councillor Kemp and then Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. More of a question to start with. Landowner consent. Has any development application gone in for this to get owner's consent? Because normally I thought that was the due process, that you more as to put a development application in, because this is not something that's been thought overnight. This has been on the books at Victor Harbour through Football Club for a while. So do we need to get development application in to get that support, to help support the owner's consent? Because at the moment there's no development application. Why should we give consent? Because we don't know what the process is. We know there's a couple of light towers, but I'm just wondering about due process. As part of my first question.
Kathy Hayter, do you mind answering that one, please?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Kemp, I'm not aware of any DA being lodged.
So, if that's the case, then would this put this in jeopardy if we don't have a development application in before we go and support this through a owner's consent? Because I think everything I've heard of and things, you need those two documents done, from my understanding. So I don't want to jeopardise our opportunities, but we need to do the things the right way as a council.
Mayor, I am not aware that a DA is required for the Office of Rec and Sport. Is that what you mean, for the Office of Rec and Sport loan grant application?
My concern is that shouldn't council be looking at approval for a development application to erect these towers, quite large, so that we can give owners consent, because we have the full dimensions of what we're giving consent to. At the moment, we don't know what the development application will entail, and it may get knocked back, yet we're giving owners consent. So I'm just wondering, what should we be doing first? And I think we need to have a development application in so we know what we're voting on and giving consent to build something.
I think Kelly might have the answer to that, David. So I might ask Kelly to speak to that. Kelly, are you there?
I am here. It's not letting me start my video because the host has stopped it, but I'm still happy to answer the question through the mayor if you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
No worries. In regards to that particular question, they're two separate things, the landowner consent and the development application. Normally when we provide the landowner consent, it will include a couple of clauses within it, and it will actually say that it's subject to development application and all other requirements being met as well. So we sort of tie it up together, but one's us as an owner and one's us as the essentially the governing body of that development application. So we'll tie that all up together in the landowner consent form.
Thank you for that, Kelly. Again, this is a recommendation. It doesn't reflect that. I think we need to vary the recommendation or amend the recommendation subject to development application approval. I think if we're going to do it right, let's get the recommendations right so we know what we're passing, so the community knows what we're passing. So I can move an amendment, or someone who moved it can do a variation.
Okay. So what would your variation be if the mover and the seconder, are happy for a variation? You happy for that, Councillor Robertson? Councillor Littley, you're not?
No, not at all. This is the process that's been followed, and it's been followed successfully with other such applications for grant applications. It is the process that has gone through by as many as I've been involved in. I know that this is fine. This Victor Harbour Football Club requires landowner consent, council support in this form before it can move on any application. Councillor Robinson makes the point that it's like winning lottery. It's not. It's not like that. It is a tough application.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Littley. The question was, no, you don't want to have a variation. Okay, Councillor Kemp, do you want to move an amendment?
Yeah, my amendment is that.
Sorry, Victoria, you wanted to say something?
Yes, sorry, through the mayor. Councillor Kemp, if you refer to page 75 up the top, the actual oval lighting project has received prior development approval. This is the continuation of existing project where they've already installed 2 of the lights. This is to actually afford to install the other 2. That will solve your question, answer your question, Councillor Kemp. It has got development approval.
Thank you for that. I did read that before and I wasn't quite sure whether the whole lot was done in parts. I'll accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, you had your hand up to speak.
I was just going to add, this is part of a process. This is the next step in the process. Let's just proceed through that process, please.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to item recommendation 2? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you.
Mayor.
Councillor Littley.
I wasn't given the opportunity to close debate there as a mover of that motion.
I do beg your pardon. That motion has passed.
I understand. I'm not looking for. I'm just making the point that with the system, I wasn't given the option to close debate there, which I would have liked to have taken. Thanks.
Sorry, I do apologise. Up to recommendation 3, and I won't read all of that out because that's quite a long recommendation in relation to the council approving a community loan of $45,000 over 10 years. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley. And somebody seconding that? Councillor Schofield. Councillor Littley, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thanks. Just to reiterate the fact that this is how we get good projects done, by our community groups, our sporting clubs coming together and making these applications and going after that sort of funding. It is a project that they have started. I mean, there's certainly, I believe the light towers are even down there already, or they might be for the netball club, ready to go up, I think. But this is a very good example of a community sporting club working to try to improve their facilities on behalf of the community. They may not be successful in this round, but the idea is to keep on going and keep on going. We've seen the successes that both Victor Harbor Football Club and Encounter Bay Football Club have had by going down this process. They're learning from each other, and other sporting groups in our community are learning from them as well, I'm quite sure, with the good results that they're seeing. So I am fully in support of council backing in this loan, and I think it's a way of getting good facilities in our town.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Councillor Schofield, do you want to say anything? No. Does anybody else want to say anything? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I agree. I'm fully in support of this recommendation, but I do recognise that this is going to be a game changer, not just for the football club, but also for the cricket club and other events, particularly like athletics, but also the lights there. The possibility of the ground being used for other community events, music festivals, and so forth. It is good to see that my question before about whether this loan was for 45,000 or 22,000, it's really good to see the football club stepping up to take the full responsibility for this structure and take that out in the form of a loan. And I think that's great. They've set out here a business case for them being able to service this loan. And I think it's great that they're doing that. And I fully support this form of financing, particularly on. But the other thing that I'm cognizant here is that here it is the football club that's going to be financing these lights, which at present there's only 2 of them and they don't do much of a job. But once you have the 4 lights in place and you have 150 lux of lighting there, as I mentioned before, it's a game changer for the oval, for the facility, which is council owned. But then when it comes to the running of this, in terms of the loan agreement, memorandum of understanding, that's part of the second part of this, and I think it's part of what we're discussing in total, is that this is going to require that we make sure that we don't overload the football club, in the sense that they're the ones carrying the load for all the other sports, and indeed in part for the events part of the Victor Harbor, City of Victor Harbor, in the sense that those new lighting towers will enable a huge number of options to be carried out, not just night football, but night cricket. This will be a game changer for the Victor Harbor Cricket Club, in the sense that it's going to have a great opportunity to be able to increase its membership. So when it comes to putting up these lights and then the management of the lights themselves, I come to the issue of this Victor Harbor Oval Committee and where the football club stands in relation to that committee in terms of the allocation of time, the development of the oval itself, because here, I emphasise again, it's a football club doing the heavy lifting for that. And I understand that the switch for the lights is in the Victor Football Club's rooms. And I presume that when the system is fully activated with
Sorry,
4
Councillor
lights,
Robertson, I don't like interrupting you, but can we please keep it to the specific recommendation that's there? It seems to me that you're going off on a tangent. Can you just bring it in a little bit?
Well, Mayor, when we're only debating recommendation 3, which has got 2 bullet points in it. And I don't think, unless you're going to take the 2 bullet points separately, then it's part of recommendation 3. And we are authorising the mayor and the CEO to sign off a loan agreement, memorandum of understanding. And to me, there's some issues there in relation to the running costs of the lights and the extent to which the football club is liable, the costs associated with that, even when they may not necessarily be the ones that are actually using the lights, but they'll be the ones paying the bill. So to me, this is a game-changing process. I totally agree. I'm fully in support of what's in here. I just don't think that we have, I flagged the issue that in the loan agreement memorandum of understanding, we give the football club enough slack in there to be able to manage this situation, which is going to evolve from just a fairly regular compartmentalised allocations of the lighting for either football or cricket, except perhaps during the early part of autumn when you've got women's football being played at the same time as potentially cricket is going on, that the allocation of the costs and so forth, that we take that into account when we're putting together the loan agreement memorandum of understanding.
Thank you. Sorry? Any further discussion? Councillor Henderson. You're muted still, Councillor Henderson.
Sorry, Mayor. From my understanding, from what I've read, this is the completion of the lighting of the Oval. There are already 2 light towers on the Oval on the western side. This is the completion of the other side. This will complete the plans. And I commend the Victor Harbor Football Club for staging this development the way they have. Very timely and isolation.
Thank you. Is there any further commentary from members? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I've got a couple of questions. One, council contribution, council loan, are they the same thing? Because in the summary, it talks about contribution of 22,500. To me, that's a grant, so you don't have to pay that back. The other one is a loan of 22,500, but all the documentation looks at a $45,000 loan. So I'm not quite sure what we're voting on, a loan or granting and loans.
Through the Mayor, as per the recommendation, it's for a community loan. The request was made for a grant of 22,500 and a community loan of 22,500. And the commentary on the page of 76 highlights that the council made reference to its last endorsement of a community grant, which specified the one-off financial contribution, which included the lights. Hence, the administration's recommendation was for a community loan. That's also taking into consideration the other council report, which is 12.4, which is seeking a contribution from council towards the turf. So you are correct. They originally did ask for a grant and a loan. The recommendation is the loan.
Thank you. The other question I've got is, have we had any reports from the Board of Management of Victor Harbor Oval, because Victor Harbor and now it's all together, it may not have anything to do with the lighting, I heard there, but we also have another group called the Victor Harbor Oval Planning Group. There's no reports in there saying they support this or not. We haven't actually and that's a little bit of a different item, but it is related to the Victor Harbour projects, that we had no information from the Victor Harbour Oval Planning Group as to any of these recommendations coming up tonight, as to what the discussions were or meeting notes or anything like that. So just a reference for future reference. I think you've got a group there. We should like to have something in the documentation saying they've talked about it, they support it, and they put a recommendation through to support this. I'm not against it. I think we'll go, I'll support it. I just think we need to get some clarification and some information back from these various groups who do have input into that area. What's the point of having those committees there if they're not doing anything? Anyway, that's just my opinion. Thank you for that.
Councillor Robertson, have you got a question? You've already spoken. Your microphone is off.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
My question is the end of the first bullet point. Should 2022 be 2032?
Through the Mayor, I think you're referring to the settlement of the loan. That's about actually taking the loan out. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kelly, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So looking for settlement to the club of the loan on the 15th of January 2022 for 10 years, taking it up to 2032 as the maturity of the loan.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Are there any further questions? Councillor Kemp, you've got another question?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, sorry about this. This would be mine. We haven't approved the budget this year. So how will this sit in within the budget parameters since we haven't approved it yet? Or should we put it down subject to budget? Because, yeah, we're approving spending, we don't have a budget yet. Unless you've got it under your interim budget, CEO.
Kelly, can you respond to that, please?
Thank you. Through the chair, in terms of the budget, there'll be a minimal impact, which will just be in regards to timing of the interest repayments. So any monies that we actually loan out, we will be getting principal and interest back from the club, and there may be a month or so difference between us invoicing and receiving those monies, but it will be very minimal for a $45,000 loan. And there will be minimal impact on our borrowings because we will likely just pay for it, pay that community settlement out of our operations rather than taking out a corresponding loan.
Thank you, Kelly. That's not, my question was, should we be approving this because we haven't approved the budget yet, but we're approving expenditure in it.
So again, through the Mayor, in terms of the interim budget that's been adopted, there would be more than enough in the adoption of 1 quarter. To cover us for now until the full budget is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate?
Just once again, I'll just make a couple of quick notes there. I think it was Councillor Robertson made the point that the football club here is doing the heavy lifting, and I think they need to. They need to demonstrate after the amount of funding that council has put in towards the overall football or Victor Harbour Sporting Precinct area, that it is time for the football club to step up, or they can step up. They're in a position that they can step up. They've demonstrated that they can do that, and that's part of the reason we would hopefully be supporting this. As far as the lights go, Councillor Robertson, and the maintenance and running of the lights, you know, that is their contribution as a community sporting club to perhaps wear that cost as well. But I take on board those costs can get high as well. There is another item on the agenda later on. Keep that in mind. This is something that this club can achieve and can finish off a project to take their facilities a little bit further and finalise that and keep working and progressing and growing as a club.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. I now put recommendation 3 to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. If we move now to, was it 12.2? 12.4, which is on page 271 if you have got a paper copy of the agenda. And once again, this item relates to the Victor Harbor Oval and the football club. I might do the two recommendations on block if you're happy with that. Councillor Littley, you happy to move them on block? Yes. Would somebody like to second that? Those recommendations on block, Councillor Robertson, thank you. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Littley?
Yeah, look, this makes sense to me to support the installation of a turf cricket pitch at Victor Harbor for a couple of reasons. One, there was an additional cost that I believe we wore as a council from the recent Sandful Country Carnival proceedings, because there is a concrete pitch there, and to get that worked around properly to meet the standards to have a SANFL match on that oval, I needed to do some work covering that pitch and dealing with that pitch, or pulling it up and putting it back down, or it's been pulled up and it hasn't been put back down now. It makes sense to move a turf pitch in there. We do have a turf cricket pitch in Victor Harbor at the Encounter Bay Oval, and it's been quite successful. This only bodes well to hold some higher standard cricket carnivals similar to that Country Carnival of football here in Victor Harbor, as well as we improve the facilities and get two ovals up to scratch with their supporting facilities there. So it makes sense to put a turf pitch in there, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Councillor Robertson? You need to turn your mute off. Can't hear you.
Sorry. Just a question, if I might. I thought that you were just before talking about moving the two motions together, but then I heard Councillor Littley speaking as though he'd already started on the both recommendations. So we're talking about both recommendations then now.
Yes, we're on item 12.4, and we're doing yep, and we're doing recommendations 1 and 2. Councillor Littley moved them on block. You seconded them on block.
Yes. Yep. So that didn't require a vote on that. It was just we're going straight into it. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm fully in support of this. Far more reasons than what Councillor Littley outlined. This will be a game changer, not for the use of the oval, just as the lights, going from a pair of fairly obscure lights to full illumination of the oval, that this turf cricket pitch would be a game changer in terms of the sort of events that can be held on the oval, far beyond what the football club and indeed what the cricket club can achieve. This will be a game changer in the sense that it will make it the oval facility far more attractive for facilities like the athletics. And I'm not just talking about the Flurio gift, I'm talking about little athletics as well. While the miserable condition of the R7 oval is in such appalling condition, little athletics is also very keen to make use of the oval. They would be definitely delighted to do so if the whole area was not interrupted by a concrete pitch, which is indeed, we're at the level of being in, as a city, that having a second turf cricket pitch is going to be really excellent for the future of the city, in the sense that it allows a vast array more of activities to take place on the oval, and therefore for the community benefit, and also for cutting the costs of the operations of the oval. The cricket club is the football club is certainly stepping up on the site of this turf pitch, because they've already got an excellent groundsman and indeed a mower that can it can properly care for the for this pitch, which is of a significant concern because at present the Victor Harbor Cricket Club is marginally in a position to be able to properly fully look after the a turf pitch, which would probably be more costly. People think, oh, it's a lot of money to have $60,000 to put in the 3 pitches in the middle of the oval, but the long-term operating costs of looking after such a turf pitch far exceed the costs of the actual capital cost initially. The football club is already doing a great deal of work to help out with the maintenance of this pitch in the middle of the ground, even though it is of no material benefit to them, except of course that you can't have a concrete pitch under there to run sandfall matches. But so this one here that we should recognise in this one that the installation of the turf cricket pitch is going to involve a lot of operating costs, which are then going to be passed on, hopefully not just to the football club. I do not agree with Councillor Littley's presentation that the football club needs to be stepping up for every cost and every imposition that's imposed in relation to the use of this ground, because I would hope that the Victor Harbor Oval will be used for a far greater array of activities than sporting. So the sporting events should take first preference.
You've got 1 minute left, Councillor Robertson.
Yep, and I see here that that the impact of installing on page 273, it's very good to see the work going on with Investigator College there to host the turf cricket, host the cricket club in the time that it takes to install and put in place the turf pitches, which do take some time to be properly settled in. So,
thank you. Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Your time is up. Does Councillor Henderson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not opposed to this idea in principle. However, I do have a few questions around this. I'm in the report here. The club was responsible for timely replacement of the cricket pitch to a standard or better than the existing pitch. And obviously they want to improve that standard by installing a turf pitch rather than a concrete pitch. I'm wondering why it has taken second round of the football championships to instigate this way of thinking, this idea. It seems logical, nevertheless, that a turf pitch should be there in the middle of an oval. My ongoing concerns are around the cost of that, and Councillor Robertson has touched on that. Obviously, the maintenance of a turf pitch involves mowing, watering, etc. Where will that cost fall? And does Kelly have any estimates of cost around that ongoing for our budget, operating budget?
Kelly, can you respond to those questions, please?
Sorry, through the Mayor, my screen just frozen and I missed the last part of that question. Could I ask Councillor Henderson to repeat it?
Thank you, Kelly. Happy to repeat. I'm just wondering if you have any estimate of the ongoing costs of the maintenance, watering, mowing, etc., of a turf pitch into the future, and how that would impact on our operating budget if it came to be a council cost.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, Kathy may be able to answer this better. There is some details within the report about the extra requirements, But as far as I'm aware, the club would be taking responsibility for the additional maintenance of that pitch, of the turf pitch instead of the concrete pitch. And I'm not aware of any particular large budget impacts for council at this stage.
Thank you, Kelly. Kathy, would you be able to expand on that, or have you got anything different?
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Yes, we understand that the clubs themselves, and in particular the cricket club, will take on that additional or that ongoing responsibility for the maintenance and the costs associated with that. So there shouldn't be, not that we're aware of, any additional cost to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions or any further commentary in relation to that? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. One of the things I've noticed in here in the report is no contact with the Southern District Cricket Association, who looks after the competition in the Southern Fleurieu. And they may have a position on whether Victor Harbour Oval goes turf or hard wicket, because of they control how and what games are played in turf and hard cricket pitches. So there's no reports in here from them, who are the controlling body. And I think before we move ahead on this one, I think we should get a report from the Southern District Cricket Association on whether it's worthwhile at the moment to put a turf wicket in, or they may prefer to keep a hard wicket in because of changing the competition around.
Sorry, Councillor Kemp, there is a letter from them. And what page have you got that on, Victoria? On 276.
No, it's not from this. No, I can't see anything here from the Southern District Cricket Association.
I'll refer you to the CEO.
Through the Mayor, I'm referring to attachment B, which is actually from the Victor Harbour Cricket Club, who are in support. But in terms of the Southern District Cricket Club or Cricket Association, no, there isn't. But the Victor Oval is the only hard surface pitch left in the Southern Districts. I think, oh, there is still one more somewhere else. I think maybe it was Strathalbyn. One of them still had another one. But it's not, we, in our meetings with the football club and also correspondence with the cricket club, noted that most games are now played on a turf wicket. Kathy may be able to add some more to that.
I was just going to say, not in relation to the, sorry, through the Mayor, not in relation to the association, but we know SACA have generally supported this. So that's the State Cricket Association have generally supported this move.
I appreciate the comments from the administration, but I think it's a courtesy from the City of Victor Harbour that, you know, we contacted the Southern District Association, who runs the competition on behalf of all the towns in the Southern Fleurieu. So again, we get a letter from them saying, well, hang on, you know, what, then you consult with us and get feedback from us. You know, that's a courtesy thing to do when you're doing these types of projects. The other one I find interesting in here, that the cricket club will purchase a pedestrian roll-on roller as well as a mower, up to $38,000 in costings. I didn't think they were that flush with money to buy all that. And you need to start buying that over the next 6 months. So I'm not quite sure if they have the money, or will they come back to the council requesting additional assistance to purchase that equipment. That's unknown at the moment. But again, I'm surprised that, you know, this was noted through a quote process from November 2020. It now finally got here. Our Victor Harbour Oval Planning Group never brought it to council, saying this is on the agenda, that we're going to be looking at supporting this and putting money towards it. 7 months, and finally it comes to us. So I'm not quite sure what's happening within council in these types of areas, and especially on the eve when we come to a budget deliberations. So to me, this is, well, okay. it doesn't really matter about whether it's sloppy work or not, but the point is that I think we need to be a bit more conscious of who we're dealing with.
Excuse me, Councillor Kemp, I might just draw to your attention, you refer to correspondence. It's actually correspondence that the Victor Harbour Cricket Club received a quote, not council. We only received this as part of their application just now, just in preparation for this council agenda. So I wasn't sure to your reference of sloppy work.
Yeah, okay. Well, can I put it back to the Victor Harbour Oval Planning Group? Should have been aware of this, and they should have brought it to council as a heads up that this is going to be happening. Surely that Oval Planning Group's been talking about developing. That's what they're there for, to talk about development of the precinct around the Oval, all those things. So I do apologise and stand corrected to slander the council like I did. Again, I think we do have time on our side. I think we need to investigate this a bit further.
Is there any further commentary in relation to this? If not, I'll get Councillor Glasbrook.
Yes, thank you. I'll try and keep it brief. I think we need, I've spoken about this before, council needs some sort of policy or got to change the way we're doing things. I want to support this group. I know we all want to support them. But if you look at the budget implications, it's quite clearly there are insufficient funds. Here we are at the start of the year with a brand new budget we haven't endorsed yet, and already we're spending money that we haven't got. We have this problem throughout the year. We continually spend money that we don't have. Either somehow we need to budget more money for these things, or start changing, start saying no, or form a policy. I've mentioned this before too. Maybe we should consider exactly how council is treated, 50-50. I mean, this is 35,000 from council and 15 from the clubs. You know, I'm not suggesting that we don't support them. I'm just suggesting that the process that we're going through is getting us into trouble all the time. We keep spending money that we don't have, and there's got to be a way that we can fix it up somehow and stop this from happening. So, of course, we want to support all these clubs, because that's what's going to happen next week. Next meeting, that the tennis club's going to come, and the meeting after that, it's going to be a boxing club, and it's going to be somewhere else. So somehow we've got to do things better.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. If nobody else has anything to add, Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to check that my mic's working, because I believe a couple of councillors haven't heard everything I've said. So is it working fine?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. No worries. Nice and clear. Councillor Glasbrook, you make a very valid point there. I agree with you that we do need to find a way going forward. I think as councillors here sitting around the table, around the computer here, we know the hard work that clubs like the Victor Harbour Cricket Club, the Victor Harbour Football Club, and other clubs like that, we can recognise that. We know them well enough now that we know that this is a deserving bid for some support, financial support. It's not a great amount of money. I do get it though, Councillor Grace, that we need to find a better way of allocating it. So the worthy clubs like this are getting those funds so they can continue to do that good work. I was aware there's conversation about turf pitch and everything like that. Some 4 or 5 years ago, with the development of that Rouge Club and the Victor Harbour Club and the Oval, there was discussion about a greenkeeping course and turf management courses tying in with the high school there. And I understand that is still maybe hasn't come to fruition properly, but this is a step in the right direction as well. Councillor Henderson, just to answer your question about the machinery that's there, or why hasn't it taken so long to get to a turf pitch? It is because that machinery, is my understanding, that they need the mowers, or need to be prepared to be able to look after that pitch as well and get up to speed there. So hopefully the council does support this.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. We will now, the debate's closed, move to putting that recommendation on block to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried, thank you. Now move back to where we were, which was 9.5.
87.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Lidley?
declaring a perceived conflict of interest with this item. As I am the public officer of the Encounter Bay Football Club. I'm a member of the committee, a member of the club and a member of the committee, building committee, that has been working on these projects. I'm going to deal with this by staying in the chamber, engaged in this conversation. I would seek to be able to provide comment where appropriate, but not vote on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Lidley. So we come to 9.5, and I might do recommendations 1 and 2 together, if you're happy with that, if someone would like to move that way. Councillor Robertson moving that way, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Charles. Moving both recommendations 1, which is receiving and noting the loan application, and 2, providing landowner consent and council support. Councillor Robertson, would you like to speak to that?
No, Mayor.
Councillor Charles? No. Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'll raise the point again of due process about development applications as part of the process of giving owners consent. So again, variation or amendment to the recommendation about council provide landowner consent and council support subject to council approval. Development application. I mean, this is the process we have to follow. I mean, let's lay down.
So there's no debate on formal motions. Do I have a seconder for that? It's not a formal motion?
No, this is
sorry, was it a variation? I thought you said you wanted...
That if the mover and the don't want to do a variation, I'll do an amendment.
Sorry, I thought you said an amendment. Councillor Robertson and Councillor Charles, are you happy to make that variation? Yes? Yes? So the variation is, can you read that out, Councillor Kemp, please?
Council provide landowner consent subject to development application approval and a council support form for the club's application. As part of our due process that we...
Okay, I'll just let Karina put that in. You can just tell me when that's in. Yep, that's in. Can the elected members see the motion? I can't.
Could you read that again, please, Mayor?
That council provide landowner consent subject to development application approval and council support form for the club's application for the Office of Recreation, Sport and Racing Infrastructure Program.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yep.
And it may be Kathy who provides the answer for this. I imagine I understood that there is a development application that has been pushed through for this work because it was part of an overall project which has now been staged. I don't know whether that has taken off the development application, but it was so whether that's been taken off because it was staged, but it's certainly within the overall second stage of a 3-stage plan.
Yes, I know it was part of the overall plan. I'm not sure if the DA included all of those stages.
Yeah.
Councillor Robertson, do you want to speak to the motion? The amended motion? The varied motion, and your microphone is off again.
Yeah, sorry. No, I don't want to speak to it, sorry.
Councillor Charles, Councillor Glasbrook.
Just to ask a question of the CEO. I can't understand really why the club would need a development application approval to get council's landowner consent. So I don't know if you can answer that question.
Through the Mayor, most of the time in terms of landowner consent, if they were not applying for a grant, we would obviously provide landowner consent subject to that they build something that has development approval. Most grant applications do require you have to be shovel ready, but I do note on page 92 of their application, it actually states to complete the already approved stage 2 of the development, which incorporates an expanded dining room, etc., etc. So it is my understanding that they have development approval, but with the incorporation of what Councillor Kemp is requesting, it wouldn't have any detriment to the landowner consent or their application if they already have approval. If they don't, then obviously once the application is lodged, they'd need to seek it. I'm not sure whether I've answered your question, Councillor Glasbrook.
Oh yeah, I think you have. I mean, I don't think they need to have that to get landowners support. I think this is just a part of the process. That, I mean, they couldn't get, well, I suppose they could, but they wouldn't normally get a development approval without having landowner support, I wouldn't have thought.
Correct. They need landowner consent to apply for the application, but at the end of the day, whatever is constructed, they must only construct what has development approval.
But they don't need to have development approval in order to get the landowner consent and support for the club. All right, so are there any...
Question, sorry, if you don't mind, please. I went back through all the minutes to 2019 January, looking at all the approvals against Counter Bay. I never saw any recommendations for owner consent for stage 1 documentation. I couldn't find it in the minutes. I look at every month special council meeting, the meetings of those to see if there was a building consent for the stage 1. Talked about, we gave approval for 100 and something thousand, a line of credit 150, community loan of 80,000, and a capital works 100,000 for fire safety and grease arrestor. And of course the line of credit and the other community loan, whether that was used or not, we have no reports back on that, whether there is loans out. Yeah. But anyway, it's all about that approval process.
Yeah. It's my understanding, Councillor Kemp, and you may be right, but it's my understanding that this is specifically landowner consent and council support in relation to their application to the Office of Recreation, Sport and Racing Infrastructure Program. So that's what they need that for, not necessarily for us to give them any money. It's just in order to get into that program, that's what they need.
I understand that, Mayor Jenkins, but again, going back, looking at the original stage 1, looking for owner consent to do the first stage under the 950,000 grants they got, to build that. Now, I couldn't find any records within our documentation of our minutes of all our council meetings for 2 years showing that it has taken place for stage 1.
Yeah. Can I ask, is that a delegated, is that something that's delegated to the CEO to do? Because it's certainly, landowner consent was certainly provided, because I'm aware of that, because I submitted it as part of the application for the Office of Sport and Rec. So certainly it was documented, so yep. I'm not sure why, but it was certainly provided. So.
Anyway, can I just interrupt? And I know Councillor Schofield wants to speak to this. We do have a motion that is before us. Getting into the ins and outs of landowner consent isn't actually contributing to debate about that specific motion that is towards us. So I will move to Councillor Schofield now if you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Schofield.
Yes, thank you. I'm quite confused because if we go back and look at item 9.4, the recommendation there for 1 and 2 and 3 is virtually the same as 9.5. We're asking that we can grant Victor Harbour Football Club, but we're now asking, we're putting in a clause to say, well, we need, it needs to go a bit further. I mean, isn't it treating both differently? And perhaps I'm asleep, but I just figured that both of the recommendations, 1, 2 and 3 and 1, 2 and 3 are pretty well the same. So why are we got an exception for one club?
Because Councillor Robertson and Charles were happy to vary the motion with the suggestion that Councillor Kemp made. Does anybody else? Councillor Hicks?
As I said earlier with the previous item, part of a process. It's chicken and the egg. Let's just go through the process as process exists, please.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Robertson, do you want to close the debate? No. I'll then put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And those against? That's carried, thank you. The recommendation 3, that's subject to the Encounter Bay Football Club's successful application for Sport and Rec Infrastructure Program for $415,000. And the club entering into a memorandum of understanding with the council. Council approves a community loan of $200,000 for the Encounter Bay Football Club for the purpose of stage 2. CEO authorises, the council authorises the CEO and mayor to sign and seal the Victor Harbour and Encounter Bay loan agreement memorandum, and council provides a pre-budget commitment in the 2022-2023 budget for the provision of $250,000 to the Encounter Bay Football Club to complete this project. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. And I have a seconder, Councillor Schofield. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor. I have a question first, please. Perhaps to the CEO. There's an inherent dilemma in this recommendation here, in the sense that the Encounter Bay Football Club is going to apply for a $415,000 grant from the Office of Sport and Recreation. My question to her is, does that mean that both the community loan, which I'm totally in support of, that's a done deal, but does it also mean that we have to pass a pre-budget commitment to enable the football club to put forward a successful application for the $415,000 grant?
Through the
Do
mayor.
you understand the question, CEO?
Yes, I do understand your question. Yes, so for any grant application, the club needs to demonstrate its capacity to pay the 50% contribution of the project. So they are seeking 50%, and they must, as part of their application, demonstrate their capacity to pay the other 50%, hence the combination of both contribution that they're seeking from council and also the community loan.
Thank you, because to me, I have, so I have a question to the CEO. If I was to vary the first bullet point 3 to vary the recommendation to replace a pre-budget commitment in to gives consideration for that money to be incorporated in the 22-23 budget. Would that be seen by the Office of Sport and Recreation as an insufficient ability to pay for provide the 50% matching funds?
Through the Mayor, yes, that would be my belief it would, because what we're stating at the beginning of that recommendation 3, if Council chose to support this recommendation, is we're saying that subject to the Encounter Bay being successful with their grant application, that Council makes that pre-budget commitment. So they can't put in an application on the proviso that Council may consider it. It actually needs to make that pre-commitment.
Okay, another question for you, CEO, because I have an inherent problem with us sticking such a huge amount of money to pre-budget commitment of $215,000 into 22-23 budget. Is there any clever way, some creative accounting from Kelly, or another way of dealing with this dilemma, in the sense that we're sympathetic, we would love to do it, but there are lots of other commitments and pressures on the budget. And I presume this budget will also come out of the operating budget, that we can get around this issue of having to make a pre-budget commitment for 22-23, but still support the football club's application for that loan.
Through the Mayor.
Grant, I mean.
No, through the Mayor. In the means of being clear and transparent, no, there aren't any magical manoeuvres that we can make financially to make it look like you're going to support them, but not. So originally the club requested a contribution from Council for 50%. And obviously advice to the club was that given Council's current appetite and projects already it has before it, we would highly recommend they look at a community loan and a contribution. Would probably be far more favourable for consideration by Council. Very aware of Council's current financial situations, but for them to make their application, they need to clearly demonstrate their capacity to meet 50% of that contribution, and whether that's via Council grant, a community loan, or they raise the funds themselves, they can't actually, and demonstrate they have the funds, they can't make that application.
Well, okay, I take on board your advice there, but the other thing that bothers me about this is that even though the football club is in a good financial position, the $200,000 community loan is going over presumably, well, they want 20 years. That's pretty unusual, but anyway, the capacity to pay that back, because the supporting documentation for a loan of that size, the application form was I have seen a lot better, more detailed, I should say, applications from the Encounter Bay Football Club, who've done some great work in terms of detailing what they want to do in the past. But this community application form really wasn't as fulsome as I would have hoped it would have been. But secondly, the office, when you go into what the Office of Sport and Recreation is doing these days in regards to making, applications for grants, particularly large grants, come into play in a big way, is that they are imposing huge burdens on grantees to do all sorts of things. And the two of the key amendments to the that have been made to grant applications to ensure some form of success are two things. One is that you're getting in more than one club, more than one sport is included, and this one is only for one sport, that's football, even though football generally gets the lion's share of the community, of the Office of Recreation and Sports funding. But secondly, that there be a community development aspect to the
You have 1 minute left, Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, okay. So a community benefit. And this is not shown here. I know that the Encounter Bay Football Club is a preferred location for many. I see Rescue is going to have their AGM at the annual dinner at that facility. In here, I think we're skating on thin ice at present in relation to. Love to support this, I really would. The pre-budgeting commitment out of the operating budget for 22-23 for $215,000. I think and also the application that we received is not as strong as I thought it would have been.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Schofield, you seconded that. Did you want to speak to it?
Sorry, having trouble with the mouse. No, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Glasbrook.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I will support it. I understand that they need a commitment, because if we don't make that commitment, the people giving out the grant won't look at their grant favourably. But I will continue on with what I was saying a minute ago, is that we honestly need a better process than this. We don't have the right information. We don't know how much money has been given to these clubs and how much has been given to another club, and we need to try and be equitable. So I really believe that we need to come up with a policy to consider these, because they just keep coming in. As I said a minute ago, there'll be another one next meeting.
Sorry?
And what we'll do is say yes to that one as well, which we'll have to, because we set the precedent. So I don't know. I'm just concerned that we're just going in blind without the information that we need every time on these community grants.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. I've just been told that there is a policy that is being developed at the moment that will come back to council. So I think that's good. Councillor Henderson and Councillor Littley.
Yes, I was just going to comment that I do think we need some structure around this. In terms of, we already have sports grants, but sports development grants maybe could be a different category, like we have community grants categories for funding. So we know what money is allocated in a total budget, and then we can allocate that to the various applications as they come in, and then we have more structure around what is in future budgets. I can see why other councillors have a concern around this, and that makes sense. So it's good to hear there is something in the pipeline towards that, and in spite of that, this is the sort of work we need to be doing, and I just want to make that comment. We need to support our local sporting clubs to develop and move on into the future with their facilities, for all the reasons that that I espoused last time at the last council meeting for a similar application for funding for a sporting club. We need that community involvement for all the social aspects and fitness aspects associated with that. This is the sort of work that council needs to be doing, and it is one of our priorities, I believe. And if we have more structure around that, all the better, but we need to be supporting these sorts of applications.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Littley, you wanted to speak?
I just want to provide just some notes and that fellow councillors might be interested in hearing on this. I won't be voting on this, as I said, but the ability of the Encounter Bay Football Club, and it extends beyond the Encounter Bay Football Club when we talk about this particular project, is the Encounter Bay Sporting Clubs, which combines the netball club and the cricket club at this point with the door open to other surrounding clubs to be part of that sporting club's precinct and that sporting club's movement, which hopefully before too long will become an incorporated body. But this is based on the football club's application. The ability of that club to be able to raise money and pay down this loan has been demonstrated, I believe, time and time over. The most recent works that were launched and just only a couple of weeks ago, formally launched, that was close to $1 million worth of funding. And that was on the same sort of basis as we're talking here, where we had a commitment from the federal government that was used to leverage to get the funding from under the Sport and Rec grant. That was that Sport and Rec grant came after 4 attempts at doing that, and we've now got the momentum there. The works that were done there at the Encounter Bay Sporting Club, so much volunteer work, so much club membership work was involved in it. Used a local tradesman, a local builder in Sam Egan at Egan Building, who did the works throughout. So money going back into the community, money really well spent. Able to beat budget, and the budget, the difference in the budget was used to put the structure up the front, the shelter structure, which if you haven't seen, it's a magnificent structure covering the whole of the front of the football club. So they were able to come in under budget, and that was used to then go further with their project than what they had. So stage 1 was better off and on time as well, delivered in time for the Sandful Country Championships, which we can all agree brought a great deal of economic value to the town. I don't think without a football club with the facilities that they had at Encounter Bay, with the unisex facilities that is part of the stage 1, the Victor Harbor region wouldn't have been successful in winning that country championships recently. That's without a doubt. They just wouldn't have got a look in compared to some of the other regions. We needed 2 ovals to be able to host such a good weekend with those level of facilities. So they're all things that have been done well. Yep, the Encounter Bay Football Club is asking for assistance to keep that work going. The plans are there. There's stage 1 and stage 2. Stage 1's done. Stage 2, this is after, and they'll look to go on further. Stage 3 isn't as
You've got a minute left.
I'm done. I think that there's I've provided as much information. There's plenty more to come, but or plenty more there, but as much as I need to at the moment. Hopefully it gets supported.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Charles.
Thank you. Thank you. New facilities creates new members and breeds success. That's number 1. And this is, as Councillor Henderson said, 100% a responsibility of ours. The only thing I would like to have seen, which is not here, is the design of what's about to come. I was looking through old council agendas and so on, trying to find out the history along with Councillor Kemp today, and I went back to 2018, couldn't find what I was looking for either. But I'd like to, I think, just to sort of present to the benefactor, which is the residents and the ratepayers of Victor Harbor, what the plan would look like, what this kitchen's going to look like, the dining room, the shape of the building, the builder's plans, the architect's plans, whatever. Would have been nice to have been included in this, but I'll be voting for it anyway. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further debate, have you, Councillor Kemp? You want to speak?
Yes. Kind of just a question first on what is the debt owing by the Encounter Bay Football Club to council so far? But that's not included in this documentation, how they pay down their loans. There is a loans, no doubt, that the Encounter Bay Football Club has with council. So what's the current debt, and what would this make the debt be? That's my question, then I'll talk to the motion.
Kelly, can you respond to that question, please?
Sorry, just trying to get everything to work.
That's right.
In regards to debt for the Encounter Bay Football Club, there are a number of, sorry, I'm just waiting for my computer to open, of community loans. Sorry, I'm just trying to look it up while we're looking. There hasn't been any issues with repayments whatsoever at this point in time. So nothing has been flagged as in having an ability or inability to service those loans. And I'm just jumping in there now. It doesn't want to play nice, I'm sorry. I may have to provide that at a later point in time. Oh, it's just opening up now, sorry. So in terms of Encounter Bay Oval, there is a $60,000 loan and oh, sorry, it's not playing. It just keeps flicking off. I can't quite read it. I'll have to provide that to you at a later date. But in terms of loans that they have had in the past, there hasn't been any issues with repayments. Looking at their financials, there's been a marked increase in their ability to service the loan over the last year. And so in consideration and discussions with the club, that would look to continue. And so we didn't have any issues at all with the club's ability to service the loan that they've requested. But I'll have to get back to you on the other issue in terms of exactly what's outstanding.
Yeah, it could have an effect on decision making if they have a certain amount outstanding already. Add this one on top. So what would that actually look like? Makes it a bit hard to vote on this loan aspect. The other one, a question, did they use any of the line of credit or the community loan for stage one at all, and did they pay it back if they did?
Again, I'd have to get back to you on that one. I don't have those figures right in front of me at this point in time, but I believe that we did provide a line of credit, which was to assist with their cash flow. And as far as I was aware, we hadn't actually settled on the loan amount. Again, I'll have to check that.
Okay, thank you. I guess there's a question for Brian, Councillor Littley. In stage one, you went for 950,000 grants between the federal and state government. Why didn't you go that way again for stage two to get the $830,000 from federal and state, not have council involved?
Yeah, through the mayor. The understanding is that it is an option that we could explore. This is an option that we want to explore right now. The applications for this next round of Sport and Rec is upon us. It's a way of doing it. We want to keep the momentum going. So we most certainly will go back to any outlet that would give us, whenever grants open up, there isn't a grant door opening there from a federal level. There is from the state government level, from the Office of Sport and Rec, but any of those grants, the club is active in pursuing grants to bring money in from the federal and state coffers.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. I'll speak to the motion now, Jenkins. I do have concerns about we don't have enough information about what's already outstanding from the Encounter Bay Football Club. I'm sort of looking at the date, August the 4th is the closing date for the state grants. I thought if they got stage one, stage two, stage three in plans already, I would have thought they would explore all those other options by now, not sort of leave it about 2 weeks prior to the closing date. So that concerns me about their process of planning and thinking. The other one is that one of the things that comes to this, if this gets up, and also if they get their success, and I hope they do, the fact is that there's going to be a 1% rate rise in 22-23 budget for the community to pay for, and that is an impact. Sorry?
I'll just ask Kelly if she can answer that for you, Councillor Kemp. I'm not sure that that's correct, but it may be. Kelly, can you let us know whether or not this loan will result in a 1% rate increase?
Sorry, Sorry, Mayor Jenkins, if you read on page 90, it talks about the financial management and risk assessment, 1% rate rise for a $215,000 loan, or contribution rather.
That's not the loan, that's the grant.
That's a contribution, yeah. The other way, it's still going to be a 1% rate rise because it's going to be straight off the operating budget. So that is my concerns in that area there. I want to support this to ensure that it does get up and they get their opportunities and for all the benefits that's been said. Again, to me, it's around about doing it right. And if they got a federal loan in place, if they had months in advance of knowing they were doing this, they could apply for federal. If they did apply for federal and didn't get it, that's another story. Or there's no grants available in the last 12 months, that's another story too. But with COVID-19, they're throwing money at everybody. So anyway, I just think that it's a little bit ad hoc. I would have thought a bit more of a business model, business plan, sorry, a business case, not a full-blown one, but a better business case than just a loan application on how this whole thing comes together, outlining everything. It is a bit light on, I think. So I'm in two minds as whether to support it or not support it at this stage with some of the information not available to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, would you like to close the debate? You need to turn your microphone on.
Yeah, sorry. I have a question before I close the debate, please, to the perhaps to the CEO.
Yep.
Is it possible to add? I mean, I really want to support this. I really do, but this steps over all sorts of lines in the sand, the way we do things. And I'm just wondering, is it possible to stick a fourth bullet point in to amend this recommendation 3 to add a fourth bullet point that would require that the Encounter Bay Football Club come back to us with some more information. Now, you know, what Councillor Kemp was talking about before in terms, and I think Councillor Charles as well, about having a business case for, you know, for this grant, or the community loan. I mean, sorry. I mean, I know that the Encounter Bay Football Club can do a whole lot better than what they did on pages 91 through 95. This is really razor thin. This wouldn't even be accepted for a lot of couple of $1,000 grants for, you know, sports, you know, whatever grants we dish out, little ones, let alone for a $210,000 loan. And, you know, I just, sorry, I want to be nitpicking, but, you know, could we include, sorry, go back to my question to the CEO. Could we include a fourth bullet point that says, please provide us with additional information, which would be the issue of, yeah, what's the design of this? The resubmission of the community application form, which would, you know, provide for a much stronger, and it's certainly, if they put this sort of stuff into Office of Recreation and Sport, they're definitely not going to get their loan. So for the council loan, that some of the things that we've talked about here that are missing out of this, that we can do what we need to do.
Can you just ask your question, Councillor Robertson, and then you can...
Can we put in a fourth bullet point, CEO, which covers our concerns we have tonight about what's included in this recommendation, which includes the ability to pay, the business case, the quality of the actual community loan application, the designs, potential designs for the structure. And there may be others as well.
So to answer your questions, they already have designs. There's no potential. They've got development approval and building rules consent for their designs. To answer your questions previously, there's no current outstanding borrowings for Encounter Bay Football Club, and they have provided us with additional paperwork which they're required to actually submit for their application for a loan, and we, administration, are having to provide them to members. We wouldn't have presented to the chamber or recommended the loan if we didn't think they had the capacity to pay. But we are more than capable again to ask more information, but in terms of how you amend item 3, which is already have a mover and a seconder, which you are the mover, and Councillor Schofield is a seconder. If you want to have a variation to that, you can actually look to make a variation to your motion. I'm not sure really what you're wanting to vary though.
Okay, I mean, we have a lot of concerns as councillors here. Maybe they're nitpicking, but there are concerns about process, about information, and you know, and then we're constantly compromising ourselves by saying, yeah, we really shouldn't, but yeah, here we go again.
Are you closing debate?
No, but I will. Thank you for the answer to that, CEO. Yeah, full on for this. Well done for the Encounter Bay Football Club to be heading down the route they're going. I think that they're lucky in a way that we support them so wholeheartedly that we're willing to let, you know, an inferior loan application form to get through for $200,000 anyway. But we have a lot of faith in them to be able to pull this off, and so I think that yeah, we need to, as was mentioned by several councillors, we need to support them. But yeah, do we not need to, as Councillor Henderson said, to improve our processes here? This business of constantly having to decide between our heads and our hearts over what should be a much more straightforward process is something that that we need to think hard about. But I would urge, despite all the warts, I would urge the councillors to approve this this recommendation. And although I hate it, doing it, making pre-budget commitments, well, if you believe in someone, you've got to do it long term. Yeah, and 22-23 budget, we'll be starting deliberations on that in another 6 months' time. So, yeah. Anyway, that's and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I now put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much for all of that, and that was a very difficult debate, and I agree, Councillor Robertson, sometimes our heads and our hearts are saying different things, and I'm glad that we're getting a process worked out so that we can look at these sorts of really important questions more in terms of a process. It is 10:15, and at 9:30 we do need to take a vote to continue with tonight's meeting. So I wanted to wait until the end of 9.5. Can people please put their hands in the air? Sorry, can someone make a motion to continue with the meeting? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Glasbrook, thank you very much. Do either of you want to speak to that motion?
Yes, Mayor. I realise there's, I can read it on the faces of the councillors, the lack of appetite to do anything further tonight. Yeah, these are, so I think we need to crack on further. I don't think that the quality of the debate's falling away at this stage. You know, notwithstanding the fact that there are some councillors have talked about how, you know, you know, how people struggle to keep the neurons rattling when it gets towards the midnight hour, but we're still well short of that. So I think we should continue.
I hope we're very short of that. I don't want to be here at the midnight hour. Who seconded that? Councillor Glasbrook, do you want to speak to that, Tim? No. I'll ask all those in favour of continuing on.
Can I speak to it?
Oh, you can speak to it if you like, Councillor Lidley.
I'm not particularly opposed to rattling on here and going on here, cracking on, but I just wonder whether there are advantages to being able to meet in the chamber as soon as tomorrow night or Wednesday night, like again this week. I mean, it can't be tomorrow night, sorry, because it's not lifted bit. I just wonder whether there are advantages of coming back together as a chamber to continue on. I'm also quite fine to go on here. I just wanted to voice it, whether people might share that.
We have, no, thank you, Councillor Lidley, but we do also have, I know the CEO is trying to find a date for us we've got to put the budget through, and there's also going to be a special council meeting after that in relation to McKinley Street. So we have actually got a couple of meetings that will be coming up as soon as we're able to get together as well. So adding another one to that, you know, may have it be advantage or disadvantage, but it is up to you. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Hales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. First, I've just got a question for the CEO about, is there anything urgent remaining on the agenda that needs to be dealt with in the next couple of days?
Sorry, Councillor Glasbrook, I'm just taking a little bit longer because I know there's a couple of items we've already resolved on the agenda.
Yes.
Sorry, I got your name wrong, Councillor Hales.
Horse Tram Authority, amendments to Audit Committee terms of reference. The rest can wait a few days.
There is nothing absolutely urgent that can't wait a few days if that's what the chamber chose.
Okay. I'll be voting against this motion. I always vote against the motion to continue just because that fits in with how I believe the meeting should be run. I think this evening's meeting has been really disadvantaged by members bringing questions to this meeting that could have been addressed prior to it. You've had the agenda since Wednesday and staff have been available for your questions in that time. So I think we should have a break now. If you've got any further questions about what's in this agenda or about the reports, you've got time to get those answered. So next time we meet, we can get the agenda done, the business of council done, and move on. So I'll be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Are there any further, Councillor Mann?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I guess I have to agree with Councillor Hales there. I think that there's been a lot of debate tonight, but I don't think there's been a lot of it that's been particularly rich or added a whole heap to the meeting. I think, for example, the last motion where you stated it was difficult debate, but I don't think anyone voted against it. And I think there's a lot of points that, yes, important points to raise and definitely an important motion, but in the end we're all on the same page, but it took us however long to get there. So I think that, yeah, I'd be happy to come back tomorrow night we're still in lockdown, got nowhere else better to be. So yeah, I won't be voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Any further discussion? Councillor Robertson, I think you, Councillor Robertson, move. Do you want to
yes, ma'am.
close debate?
I don't want to say any more. It's going to be up to people to yay or nay.
All right, I'll put it to the floor then. All those in favour of Councillor Robertson's motion to continue. Sorry, to continue with the remainder. Those in favour of continuing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those in favour, or for those against continuing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's lost. So we are not continuing.
Mayor, can I,
We'll
can I have a
adjourn the meeting, and the CEO.
adjourn the meeting question?
Just
Could we have another motion, please, that people we have another motion to continue this meeting tomorrow night by Zoom?
I'm just
Suggested by Councillor
the
Mann, I
meet
think.
the meeting's being adjourned. Can I just speak, please, Councillor Robertson? The meeting has been adjourned. The CEO will get back to you as soon as possible to let you know when we can reconvene. Hopefully it will be tomorrow night, but tomorrow night at 5:30 we can do that. Sure. All right. Can we then have another motion for it to recommence tomorrow at 5:30?
Happy to move that way.
Move that way, Councillor Hales, and seconded by Councillor Robertson. I don't think you need any debate in that particular motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. And I do agree with Councillor Hales's comments and Councillor Mann's comments before, that, you know, if you have got questions about the agenda, please get in touch with the directors or the CEO to have them answered. And the other thing is that, as Councillor Mann pointed out, the last debate, which was, you know, a good debate and very long, everyone unanimously agreed in the end. There were probably things that were repeated a number of times that didn't need to be said, and we could have easily got through much quicker tonight. But I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow night, and we'll send out another link for the gallery to be able to come in and watch what we're doing as well for the live stream. So thank you all very much, and good night.
Sometimes we do think of questions at the night. We don't think of prior. You know, we think of questions out of discussions. And even though we may disagree and stuff and vote the same way in the end, it's all about gaining information. So I think the comments from the councillors and stuff like that is their opinion, their right to it, and I respect their opinion to say so. But in the end, you know, let's not try and control free debate.
Councillor Kemp, I would never try and control free debate. I think that that's very important. However, I do think that there are some questions that can be asked prior to coming into the chamber, and can be, you know, researched by administration in order to assist us all very, very much. But I agree, questions do come up and they're good, but